So good morning, and I would like to welcome everyone and call to order our Middlesex County Budget Committee meeting for Thursday, February the 18th. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, at this time, I'm going to hand it over to Cindy, and just in advance of her talking, just say thank you, Cindy and your team, and of course the members of the Budget Committee for getting together. This obviously looks different than in past years, and it's going to, as much as we're familiar with Zoom and having our meetings, the budget process is a little bit different. And so I'm sure it'll take us a little bit to get our feet wet and comfortable, but I am confident that we'll be able to get through it, and looking forward to the next couple days. Over to you, Cindy.
Great. Thanks, and good morning, and welcome to the budget process of 2021. It is great to be here. Next. Greg, can you put up the presentation?
Yep. Sorry, just sharing.
So, and you just go, yep, thank you. The first slide outlines the budget timeline approved by council. So today is the first day that the budget committee is meeting to discuss the 2021 budget. Of course, this year is different, as we heard from the warden, with COVID and our meeting being held on Zoom. Next slide. The budget committee was established by county council to review in detail the departmental budgets and develop an overall budget philosophy. Next. Each year we discuss the budget philosophy, which includes to eliminate non-essential budget increases, to examine current expenditures, to determine whether they remain relevant in 2021, to eliminate expenditures that are not consistent with council policies, and continue to fund the PSAB process. Next. I have a couple of slides that lay out some history and context for the 2021 budget before the department heads come on. For a number of years, we have built a successful shared service model with the local municipalities, which include IT, legal, and planning. One of the areas of focus for the Ontario government and modernization is shared service. The county is clearly on the right path and leading the way. We use our CPI rate in our library rental rates. The rate in 2021 is much lower than in 2019. Lindsay is going to refer to this when she does her library presentation and the impact. The only other comment I want to make here is also the low interest rates. We noticed that in 2020, and we're also going to be seeing that in 2021. And of course, that impacts all of our investments and our reserve funds. Next. Chris will talk more about the OCIF and federal gas tax in his budget, but the allocations for 2021 are known to the county. And the federal gas tax, we are receiving more in 2021 than we did in 2020. Next. So consistent with previous years, we talk about things like assumptions. So we continue to have to think about that when we're looking at the land ambulance budget and of course the long-term care and what case mix index we're going to get. Our budget also includes some prior decisions of council and some strategic plans that have been passed by council. So for example, we have the library service review recommendations in the strategic plan. We have the economic development strategic plan, and we also have the big one, the council strategic plan, the Middlesex initiative, breaking new ground. And I'm sure the committee is going to ask questions to each one of the department heads around how do your increases or is your budget tied to this new council strategic plan? Next. So this is just a reminder that MPAC postponed the 2020 assessment update due to COVID. I just want to remind that reassessments do not result in any additional property tax revenue for municipalities. However, the reassessments do result in property tax shifts between individual properties and across property tax classes. When we talk later, we'll also notice that we did get growth in 2021. Next. In 2021, the county allocation for OMPF is lower than in 2020. The allocations for Middlesex County continue to decline each year. These reduced allocations put additional pressure on local taxpayers through the levy. If we compare the county 2009 allocation to 2021, there has been a decrease of approximately 82.5%. And 7 of the 8 local municipalities also experienced a decrease in 2021. Next. And of course, the biggest impact to the budget in 2020 and 2021 is related to COVID. Our budget impacts include new expenditures relating to things like cleaning, PPE, health and safety, Zoom calls like we're on today, technology and equipment. We also had a loss of revenue. Things like user fees, rental of our buildings, our parking lot revenue. However, on the good news, we also received some funding from federal and provincial governments that help offset some of these increases. Our operational impacts include things like working from home, which I have to thank our IT department because they really got the county up and running very fast. Closure of facilities, including libraries, and the switch to online programs and services across the county. Additional monitoring and reporting for COVID funding. It was great to get all the funding, but there was a lot of reporting that we had to do. Development of new policies and procedures, and we noticed that especially for human resources. And also supporting our community as we were going through COVID. Next slide. And then our budget drivers. So we have a number of, I would say, larger budget drivers this year. So for example, we have land ambulance. So that will be approximately about $500,000 increase. We have our social housing, which again, this year, we're seeing another increase. And we'll see those increases over the City of London's 4-year budget process. So this year, we're seeing approximately $364,000 in that line. We have a cycling strategy, which is about $1.9 million. We have our traditional collective impact renewal negotiations. We have our annual union increases for the agreements. And of course, we have an increase to council committees and non-union staff of 1.7%. Next. In social services, I'm going to just outline a couple potential issues or concerns as we're going into 2021. So the first one is the impact on childcare in the early years funding. And the second one is the Ontario Works and Employment Transformation Plans. But I'll talk a little bit more about those tomorrow when I update you on social services. Next. And then I guess this is a little bit of the good news. So in 2019, the county received modernization payment from the provincial government. In phase 1 of municipal modernization, the county, in collaboration with local municipalities, received funding for 2 projects, payroll and digital transformation. And right now, phase 2 of municipal modernization is available, and expressions of interest are due March 15th, 2021. And discussions are currently underway with the county and local municipalities. Next. So the budget committee process. So each department will, 1, provide a presentation of their department with the goal to outline some of the major impacts to service levels, challenges, and opportunities. 2, they'll provide an overview of their 2021 budget, outlining the major budget highlights. And 3, we'll respond to any questions that the budget committee has. So that's the end of my overview, but I'm open to questions. I'd also like to say a big thank you to IT, finance, and the department heads for all their hard work to get this budget ready. This is a budget that we put into Questica. It's a new software system, and we're very excited about what we can do with it in the future. And Bill, do you have any comments you want to add?
Yeah, I think so. I think it would also be helpful, considering we're hearing a lot about the health unit budget, if you just talked about your assumptions there based upon the email that we received last year. I forget the date, but we received one from Mr. Glasspool. So can you just talk about that, just so that everybody's on the same page around the assumptions we use for our numbers for, because you talked about social housing, you just didn't talk about public health.
Sure. So this year, the assumption that I used, I took last year's budget and I only added approximately a little bit over $5,000 for the budget this year. I went back and looked through the minutes for the last finance meeting, and there was reference to that number. However, there also has been an email to myself that talked about a higher amount, and if I'm correct, it's about $161,000. I didn't include that in the budget. I guess I'm waiting for, I believe they're having a meeting today to talk about the health unit and what the budget's going to look like. The reason
can we just, Cindy, I guess what I was referencing was, can you just highlight that we were notified that the health unit received, I'll say it in my words and then you tell me what I've got wrong. We were notified that the health unit received mitigation funding. This is not COVID related. Mitigation funding for 2020 and 2021. And that as a result, the municipal contribution would be flatlined for 2020 and 21. So that's a good characterization of the email, is it not, Cindy?
You're absolutely bang on, Bill. That's exactly why I decided just to pretty well flatline the budget from 2020 to 2021 and only added that slight increase.
Yeah, that's the part that I wanted the group to know, is that's why it says that, because you're going to hear about budget probably in the news tonight for the health unit, and you're going to say, well, why did you use a flat line? Well, it's because that's what they told us, and they got mitigation funding for 2 years to help do that, to make that happen. So that's all I wanted to say about that. Thank you.
And now I'm going to turn it back over to the warden.
Okay. Oh, I think Councillor Ropp has a question.
Thank you, Warden. Cindy, so last week in the news, I think we all heard where the health unit was making an announcement of increase to how much money we gave, and that 161,000, I think, was the number they used. So we're just ignoring that for right now until we receive it officially?
Yes. I kind of went back and looked at their minutes, like I said, and I kind of went back to that original email that I got from the health unit. And as Mr. Rayburn pointed out, we were told that they did have mitigation funding, and it was for 2020 and 2021. So I thought the most reasonable thing to do at this point in time would go back to that email and rely on that.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
I guess maybe further to that, Cindy, I think, yeah, there, as Bill said, there is a meeting today. So we're expecting to be notified. Do we know when we'll be notified of what that final number is?
I'm hoping that I'll be notified after the meeting, because I did send an email earlier in the week just for some clarity on that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions on the process, on the PowerPoint? And I will take this opportunity to welcome Councillor Vanderheyden as well, as she has joined us as an observer. So it's great that she could. With that, I see Lindsay's joined us from the library, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I think we're going to start with my PowerPoint that I think Greg is going to queue up. Perfect. Okay, so you can flip ahead to the next slide, Greg. Thanks. So we'll just start with, a little background and move into where we'd like to go in 2021. So you know who we are, 15 branch system, currently operating 10 of those locations for curbside pickup and computer appointments during the current restrictions. But our mission remains the same: informing, enriching, and connecting Middlesex County, and providing a vibrant community space that encourages people to gain knowledge, build relationships, be creative, and enhance their lives. You can move on to the next slide, Greg. Thanks. What we do, so a variety of services. And it was funny, I put some of this information together for your package when you were doing your strategic planning. So back in the spring, early summer. And at that point, we knew what library services were kind of pre-pandemic, and that's what I was referring to. But when I look back at this, we're still doing all of these things, just in a slightly different way. And that was really gratifying to see. So, we still have access to print and digital collections, our technology. People are still getting into our computers, accessing Wi-Fi, printing, scanning, getting back into the maker spaces after we've come out of this most recent lockdown period. And we're still providing that technology support that so many people rely on. Access to our online courses and research databases. Now more than ever, that's how people are connecting with us. We just launched a new online course platform in this month called Udemy. So another opportunity for residents to expand their learning and their kind of their skill set. We continue to provide supports for employment and government information, even while closed. Meeting space and office space. So, our bookings, we're starting to get bookings again for different service partners who have to meet with clients either face-to-face or, they're looking for a virtual workspace for a couple hours. So we're excited to be able to continue to offer that service to our partners and those community agencies that support our residents. Programming for all ages. You've heard about how our virtual programming has kind of evolved over the past year, and we continue to tweak and add to it as we move forward. Services for homebound patrons in long-term care and retirement homes. Our definition of homebound patrons has really expanded over the last year. Previously it was books by mail to kind of our traditional older users who preferred not to leave the house to access library books. But, back in May, we started to mail books to anyone at home. And we still offer that service, even now with our curbside pickup still available. So, we've actually expanded that side of our services. Long-term care homes, we've suspended our deposit collections at long-term care homes right now at their request because of outbreaks and concerns about COVID-related concerns. But we still support a number of homes, and we look forward to restarting that service because I know residents really miss those book collections right now. And early on child and family programming. So it's been, a really interesting year on that front as well, where those services have transitioned really well to virtual programming as well as outdoor programming and experiences that Nadine and her team have implemented. And then, the work that we've done with our early on child and family centers in Ilderton and upcoming in Strathroy. So a lot of exciting things. What we do has changed, but a lot of it still looks the same, which is good to see. Next slide, Greg. And just, generally what we do is we are that third space for our community. So your first space is your home, your second space is typically your work, and we are that kind of community gathering space. Right now, we can't physically be that space, which has been a challenge for library staff and the community to adapt to. But, even in our virtual form and our limited services at the branch, we continue to support our communities, promote partnerships with different agencies and groups, and still connect people to the services and the resources that they need. Next slide. So why we do what we do, obviously everything that we do is for our communities. And that boils down to our staff are often from their communities. They have that deep, strong connection to their residents, and that's why we go to work every day. So we really are those agile, dynamic, and socially responsive. We maintain our traditional core values and activities, but we are able to adapt and change to shifting needs and expectations. And the pandemic has this rings very true when we think about the pandemic, when really all of our services and our whole service model had to change after March 16th, 2020. And we really do still exist to level that playing field. So now more than ever, there are different challenges, new challenges, harder challenges that people in our communities are facing. And we are that, that free and open service to help level the playing field and help provide access to those who face barriers. Next slide. So COVID-19 impact, I'm sure you're going to hear a lot about this over the next couple days. But like I say, COVID has really impacted every aspect of library services. So thinking about, our facilities, we've had to make changes to how people access them, how the staff interact and move around where they're working, people working from home as well as branches, and also enhanced cleaning requirements. So that's made us think about our processes and what kind of cleaning contracts and plans for that look like in the future. Collections. So obviously we're running our curbside pickup model now. We have to quarantine our returns for 72 hours. That's our current procedure. So we have to have space for that. So how we handle materials has really changed, as well as what materials people are asking for. So obviously that expanded use of digital collections, that has an impact on our budget, and an impact on how we plan and what our branches look like in the future. As well as, relating to collections, we have this, we're looking towards more of a self-checkout, self-serve model, because we know that, when we reopen our doors, we have this opportunity to change how we do things. We have self-checkout modules at a couple branches right now, but that's one of the projects that we've included in this year's budget, is to kind of refocus on that, because we know that there's opportunities that self-checkout and kind of self-serve model will allow for library staff. And looking to the future, that might be how people prefer to check out their books. Some will still want to go to the desk and talk to people. Others will want to, handle things themselves. So that's one of the impacts of COVID. Looking at our programming, obviously, we've really transitioned to that virtual platform and learned how to connect with people at home. It was a bit of a trial and error with some programs there at the beginning, but we settled into a really good schedule and rapport with people, learning what they want to do and how they want to interact with the library. We've experimented with alternatives, so especially with early on, with their really successful outdoor programs that they ran in the spring or the summer and fall, and that we have plans to resume in the spring. So providing those safe opportunities for programming to happen. They've been really successful. And obviously we are planning for the return of indoor gatherings and indoor programming. Really since we shut down, staff have been dreaming of what programs they want to start to run. They all have their wish lists, and it's been challenging for me to keep saying, oh, not today, 3 months down the road, let's think about next year. Let's think about the future. We need to have those plans in our back pocket so that we can kind of quickly pivot and offer those opportunities when we can. And then just services in general, like I said, with COVID, we've had to think about how to adapt existing services to those low contact, no contact models, and particularly keep in mind how we serve our vulnerable populations. Next slide. So looking ahead to 2021, just some highlights that we want to think about. The implementation of our 2021 to 2023 library strategic plan. So this is really a refresh and a revisioning of our previous plan with the library board, putting, kind of tightening up some of our strategic directions. And one of the new focuses in the plan is turning outward. And so, that's a very timely now, obviously, when we can't welcome people into our spaces. We need to turn outward and look at other opportunities, other ways of doing things, other ways of connecting with our communities, and different partnerships and agencies that we can work with. So that's going to be a big focus, obviously, of 2021, getting that plan off the ground. As well, we'll have our launch of our dedicated early on child and family center spaces. So looking at Ilderton, the project construction wrapped up in December. We were able to start programming within that space in December, a short period of time, and Nadine and the team are planning for the resumption of in-person indoor programming. And then we'll turn to Strathroy in the early spring as we're wrapping up that construction project as well. And then looking ahead to, officially launching those spaces to the community. So having the ribbon cutting ceremonies that, that we had planned for Ilderton last year, that'll be shifted into the spring, summer likely, and doing the same with Strathroy. And really, we're looking forward to showing off these spaces to the public and welcoming them in. Like I mentioned, exploring self-serve service model and technology. So now is a perfect time to make some changes. I think one thing that we've learned is that obviously our staff are very adaptable and very open to change, but the public is as well. And so now we've made them accept a lot of changes already. So now is the time to, to see what other changes we can make to improve service when we're able to, to get back to our regular service level. So we'll talk more about that a little bit later in the budget. And then as well, we want to continue to enhance the library's virtual presence, because that's, the strongest way that we're able to communicate right now. So a number of opportunities and challenges ahead in the next year. So like I said, we have this opportunity to implement new approaches to services and programs. We have the time right now to look at how our programming has been running, what our gaps and needs are, and what we need to improve moving forward. One of the things that we're working on right now is some visioning on all of our early years programming. So looking at both what Early On does and what the library does, how those two connect, where the overlaps might be, and how we really move forward strategically with that form of programming. So that's just one service area that we're looking at, taking a bit of a new approach. We also have the opportunity to experiment with new technology and to improve service experience. And so that's where some of the budget requests line up with what technology is out there that we could implement now, when it's perfect time to start with some of these projects to improve those service experiences when we can open our doors further. And then obviously continue to develop those virtual programs and services. Again, see what's working, what's not, what could continue as we move forward. And then as well, those challenges, we have the ongoing COVID-19 restrictions to service, and just, not a clear timeline, obviously, of when things may return to what they looked like a year ago. But we have a good plan, and I think that the process that the library board and county council have approved for the library, kind of our gradual reopening has really worked well so far, and so I think we're on a good path to getting back to regular service when we can. Library staffing is a challenge related to COVID, obviously. So we do still have some staff on emergency leave, some part-time staff. So, thinking about anticipating when they might return, whether some of them may have moved on to other opportunities. So that's kind of an internal, challenge that I'm anticipating. So we'll be prepared for that. Like I said, the resumption of library programming, planning for what this may look like. I think it's going to look, at least at the beginning, it's going to look very different than what we were used to. I feel like a broken record when I say that. Like I said, staff are excited. There are a lot of opportunities, a lot of needs out there, even new ones that we've identified that we look forward to programming around when it's safe to do so, and then really determining that community need. So how have those needs and those gaps changed since March 2020? Like I say, there are some new opportunities, some new groups that need different services that have been really brought to light during the last year. So good challenges to meet that we're prepared to do so. So finally, budget highlights. So a version of this slide was, I believe, in the package that you received. So we'll go into these in more detail as we go line by line through the budget. So just an overview that we'll be looking at the 2020 surplus, which is primarily related to the staffing budget. We'll be talking about how we did our staffing projections. We do have some increased need for pandemic related items, so cleaning supplies and PPE. Those needs will be ongoing through 2021. And then as well, we have a number of proposed capital projects there for 2021 related to the website, RFID, so technology related, a new way of lending materials, branch enhancement projects, and then technology replacement reserve that we'll discuss in more detail when we get to the capital budget. So any questions at this point before we go through the budget line by line?
I don't see any, so I think you're good to jump right in.
Jump in, perfect, okay. Okay, so here we have the cover sheet basically that you received, so the budget summary. And so you'll see that the 21 net budget submission is $5,627,180, which represents a $342,636 increase over the 2020 budget. And this budget reflects a county contribution of $4,331,633, which is a decrease of $222,142 over the county contribution from 2020. And so one item that we want to point out is the projected surplus for 2020. So on the page in front of you, it does say 103,224. What the actual projected surplus is, it's $977,500. And so that just didn't translate into this from Questica. I think we're still getting used to that system. So that is what the projected surplus actually is, $977,500. Sorry, it is at the bottom there. I'm going off of an old version, I think, in front of me. So traditionally, so what we've built into the budget, you'll see is $690,000 for the surplus to support those projects that we're going to talk about. Traditionally, that library surplus is carried over to the next budget year to continue to support library projects. And so that's what we have continued to factor into this budget. Now, obviously, council and the committee and library board could make the decision to handle this differently this year, but this is traditionally how those funds are allocated. So that's reflected in the document in front of you. So the next page, I believe, refers to the capital projects. Is that right, Greg? Yeah. And so actually there's a little typo here. The branch enhancement projects should read 75,000, not 25,000. And that would bring the total for capital projects to $709,650. And that is what was on that first page. So everything in that first page of the budget totals is accurate. This just had a little typo that I wanted to point out. So I think we can jump into the revenue pages. Actually,
Lindsay, it's not a lot of money, but is it not 659 or no?
It should be 709,650. So that total is reflected on the very first page. You'll see that one in front of you. It's 709,650.
Okay, but I think even with that 75,000, that doesn't add up to 650. Because your hardware replacement is 859.
97,859. I did the math today, but I'll do it again. Let me just double check this. So 97.
I think it's just out by $9.
Okay.
Which is nothing, but
it's still, yeah.
I'll give you the $9. Don't worry. We can do the math later.
It should balance. Okay.
No, I'm just thinking as we're going through, if we've seen numbers that haven't transposed correctly, we should just be noting
Highlight them.
Yeah. So we can go back for sure. Yep. Well, I'll double check on that.
Okay. Thanks.
Perfect. Okay. So on to revenues. Is it the next? Are we going to go through the detailed one page by page? Or am I just going off of this document?
Through the warden to Lindsay, you're going off of this document.
Okay.
The budget committee does have the background sheets that if you want to refer to say one, they can go to their binders and they can look at that.
Okay.
And also in response to the warden, yeah, definitely we'll keep track of that. In the projected column, just so you know, we had to hand put those in, but I've been working with Greg and the team, and we've been working with Questica, so we're going to have some more checks and balances as we go forward. My only comment would be this is a huge system transformation that we did, and very quickly we did it. We're very excited about it. It's really future oriented, and we're really hoping to work with other local municipalities to use the Questica in the budget book. But I apologize, this year we will have a little bit of tweaks that we just have to work through.
No, and understood. And I think we all appreciate, you know, switching to a new system. And I'm not looking to, you know, point any fingers or make a big deal about it, just to make sure that as we find these, that we're highlighting them. And I understand when you're going through and looking at numbers, it does get missed. So it's not an issue, just that we need to just make sure we're keeping track of them.
We don't need to do, just in the future, Cindy, we don't need to do the new math in real time. We'll just put a yellow highlighter on it, and then we'll go back and do it over time. And we'll save Lindsay having to do it again right this second. It'll just speed things up. And then we can always come back with a new sheet to the group at a later date. Okay, let's keep going, Lindsay.
Okay. Yes, so looking at our revenue line, so we have our operating grant, the provincial operating grant, and this has remained the same for many years. So this is $125,674 for the operating grant, plus pay equity funding of $8,283. So that brings you to $134,047, and we don't anticipate a change for 2021. The next line there is the Early On Child and Family Center. So that is the $350,000 that we received to operate that program across the county. And again, that is the same amount that we received in 2020. Revenue from social services, $106,500. So this includes $60,000 from the Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative. And this is to support the community navigator position. So that will continue for 2021. And then the rest of that line is rental payment for office space at library office, and then the Glencoe, Park Hill, Lucan, and Dorchester branches. Next line is donations and fundraising. So we do anticipate a decrease based on what we saw in 2020. So we budgeted $6,000 there. That's right around what we received in 2020, which we were very appreciative of. So we do anticipate that we'll be seeing a similar number in 2021. Fines, oh, sorry.
If I can through the word. Okay. So just with that, so you mentioned that the $6,000 is about what is projected for 2020. So looking at the list there on the 2020 projections, those aren't actual numbers on some of these then?
No, again, I think that was one of those lines that didn't translate. So our projection would be, yes, it should be more so 6,000 for donations, 4,000 for fines and lost books, and 5,000 for those other revenues. Yes.
Okay, I understand. Okay.
If I could just jump in there for a second and through the warden. These are examples also of where I'm looking towards the COVID funding that we got from the ministry. So these would be lost revenue items. And it's my understanding that we're able to claim some lost revenue items, and these would be good examples. So that's a donation, the fines, and their user fees. And I'll be coming back to you at a later time during the budget process, and we'll kind of walk through all of the money that we received from different levels of government for COVID, and then we'll talk about the expenditures.
Fines and lost books, we do anticipate, again, decrease there because we aren't charging fines while people don't have, the greatest level of access to our branches. We are still collecting fees for lost books. but we are waiving fines at this point until we reopen to that higher level, and that whole transaction is at a, you know, an easier, it's done more easily. And so that reflects why that budget line, our anticipated line, is lower there at 4,000. And then other revenues. So this speaks to the charges that we charge for photocopying and printing. So again, we are still charging for some prints and copies that are done in the branch. People can come in, and when they can book a computer appointment to use the photocopier and print things. We still don't charge for prints related to employment or government information, but we do anticipate some revenue there for 2021. And then finally, we have the surplus noted there. So what we've included in this budget was an anticipated surplus of 690,000. And so this relates to obviously the shutdown of library services beginning in March 2020 and the resulting restrictions in library service and operations have resulted in this significant surplus. The majority of the surplus comes from the 2020 salaries and benefits budget due to the fact that, you know, our service hours decreased, and we did place all part-time staff on infectious disease emergency leave back in March, and then have just brought staff back as we were able to increase our service hours. So that is where the bulk of that surplus comes from. Third, any other questions? I'll move on to the expenditure side. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So Brian, I'm just going to say, since when we have the screen up, I can't see everybody. So if you've got a question, just jump in. That's fine.
Okay. Thanks, Kathy. Lindsay, just on the surplus, because I mean, this is a much bigger, maybe Cindy, whoever wants to answer this, much bigger amount than normal. Like the year before was 100,000. Now you're talking 690,000 or possibly even 977,000. Is that right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I'm willing to jump in there for a second if you want, Brian. So in the budget, Lindsay and the library board did use a 690,000 because that's the amount we had at the time. But as the year progressed and obviously COVID continued, that number continued to increase. And I just want to point out, this is also still a projection at the 977. Right. It could even be larger by the end of the year. So I guess you have a couple choices. One, you could look at the 690 and make some changes to some of the suggestions that Lindsay and the library board are bringing forward to use that 690,000. You also could take a look at the 690 and compare it to what the actual surplus is going to be. And maybe the difference, you could say for this year, that would go back into the county surplus. So you have a couple options that you maybe can look at, or you can look at the 690 and maybe reduce some of the projects because you don't want to, you don't need those for this year, or they're not a priority. However, I will like to point out, if we do take out the 690,000, we're really going to need to think about the impact in 2020, 2022, because our salary line is lower than it is in previous years, just to deal with COVID and the impacts. So I just want to point that out. My last thing I'll say also for the donations and the fines and the other revenues, we will have some additional COVID dollars from the ministry for 2021 as well as 2020, because I don't believe we can use all of it in 2020. So if we do determine that those donations and fines and other revenues aren't as large as we were expecting, we could use that towards our COVID funding as well.
Okay, thank you. So just to follow up, I see that the county is putting in 220,000 less. We've reduced to 220,000. I'm sure that's a lot to do with the surplus from last year as well, correct?
And the reduction of salaries.
Okay. Okay. I just wondered, that it's a big number, and I just wondered, it's something to think about, for us to think about as we go forward here, whether not to take it all out, but whether we should lower that surplus and give it back to the county surplus. Just a thought at this time.
It's a question you're going to consider probably at some point in the process for sure, because this is a large surplus compared to previous years, and it's not the only place you're going to get asked that question. So we can roll that question into a bigger one as we move forward. Yeah,
Okay.
let's look
Thank
at
you.
all the surpluses,
Yeah.
and then we'll have that discussion. Maybe it would be a good approach, right, Cindy?
Absolutely. When we go back to the budget recap and we kind of look at everything, so we took a look at everybody's budget and what increases that they're asking for. We always do that analysis. And part of that this year will be the surplus in the library. The library is the only one where the surplus actually goes back into the system. Everything else automatically already goes to the county surplus.
Okay, thank you. It saves me asking each time we go through an individual budget. Thank you.
Okay, so if we turn to salaries, so you'll see the 2021 budget is $2,419,890. This is a 7.7% variance from, or decrease from 2020. And so as Cindy pointed out, our staffing budget, our salaries budget is lower this year because of the current restrictions and the current service level. So it was calculated based on the assumption that in Q1, we would be at our current reduced service level. And then, we calculated Q2, 3, 4 at kind of a more normal, a typical service level. But, then moving in, like what Cindy said, we have to look ahead to 2022 and what that will look like, anticipating that it will be a full year of back to our normal service level. But for this year, there is that reduction there. And so I think on the sheet that you received, it lists all of the library positions that are covered within that. And then you'll see that the library benefits, the total is $560,434 with 0.75% increase into 2021. No questions. So next budget line is operations. And so we have a total of $267,700 noted on the sheet before you. And this is an increase of $25,500 from 2020. We really kept most of the budget lines within this section stable, maintaining the levels, the 2020 levels. A couple changes that I'll point out would be our travel budget. We have decreased that from 30,000 to 20,000 for 2021. The bulk of that budget goes towards mileage claims from staff who are working at branches that aren't their home branch. With our kind of condensed schedule, we don't have that. Staff aren't filling in as much and traveling around the county. And so we anticipate that we would need less money for that budget in 2021. Office supplies, we've also increased that budget from 35,000 in 2020 to 65,000 in 2021. And this is the budget line that we pull from to pay for cleaning supplies and PPE. And so that's where those increased COVID-related costs come into play.
Lindsay, it's Joanne. Does some of that get covered by the COVID money that comes in?
Yes, and I think Cindy did that as well.
So if you look at the budget recap that I provided, on the bottom, I actually have a line that's called COVID, which will show up as a revenue line. And I have Lindsay's amount that she had in her budget. And also ITS had an amount in their budget. So that's what that amount on the bottom, it's about $60,000. However, for the majority of COVID, we've kind of kept it out of the budget because it's kind of one-time temporary. So we will have money from the ministry for revenue from COVID, and we'll have expenditures. For the most part, they're not reflective in this budget. We'll have to do, like I said, I'll be coming back to show you a summary of all of the revenue we've received to date. And just so you know, that's consistent with what a lot of other municipalities have done.
And not only, if I could just add one thing more, not only what we've received to date, but what we anticipate getting too, because the books really aren't closed on the 2020 COVID response in every area. But I think it's safe to assume it's safe to assume one thing. Anytime a department head mentions COVID in their presentation, we're applying for that and in some form or fashion to get back from the province. And then the other moderately good assumption is that the rules around getting money back from COVID are very generous in terms of applicability for our services. And so we have a high degree of hope that they will fund every time we say the word COVID in a presentation. We have a high degree of hope, and our past experience enlightens that hope that we will get that funding from the province when we mention COVID. So I think that's two good pieces of news. It's kind of like Brian's thing, though. You're going to hear COVID a lot, and you should just have a general assumption we're going to have a COVID discussion. And we'll also a general assumption that you're going to get that money back at a high level of certainty.
So continuing on with the operating costs, the internet costs, I believe the sheet that you received had that 2021 budget at 35,000, an increase from 32,500. So there is a slight increase to just general internet costs, but the note, I believe, that's on the package that you received speaks to an adjustment that has to be made from one budget line to another. So we've been paying for fiber connection, large net fiber connection at Strathroy Library and Library Office. Previously, that 13,500 had come under the automation budget, but it was identified that it better fits within this internet line. So that's another one of those basic shifts that we're going to make on Questica behind the scenes. So when we balance everything, it doesn't impact the overall budget because it's just shifting 13,500 from automation to operations. But I just wanted to point out that my note doesn't necessarily correspond with the numbers that were in front of you there. Just looking down, training and development remains the same, membership's the same, our postage and deliveries budget remains the same at 40,000. Telephones, cell phones remain the same, advertising the same at 12,000 so that we can maintain the different publications that we put ads into, whether it's newspapers, magazines that are in certain local communities, radio ads. That's where those funds go towards. Professional services stays the same at 5,000, so that helps support when we need to bring in a consultant to work on strategic plan projects like that. Audit remains the same at 5,000. Insurance premiums. So Cindy has indicated that our insurance premiums are going up. So we've reflected that with a 15% increase. So moving from 20,000 to 23,000 for 2021. And then our bank service charges remaining the same at 200. So again, that total $267,700 is a $25,500 increase over 2020. I think Ina.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask some questions on page 10, operations. I've just got, okay, they're all operational, I think. So let me just start by saying kudos to you and your team for recognizing the opportunities that you outlined in the beginning and how you could change operations and service and all that. I think you've done a great job to transition through this period. So just to clarify, I'm going to start at the top. With the office supplies, the difference of $30,000, is that then being tracked in a COVID-19 account, Cindy, for, it's being kept, is all of that 30,000 being kept in a COVID line somewhere? And then none of the 30,000 actually relates to an actual increase in office supplies for Lindsay's work and supplies for the offices or the libraries, pardon me?
So through the warden, anything that's related to COVID and we can apply it to COVID funding, we will be doing. So we are keeping track of that. We're talking directly to department heads. In finance, we have a line item. It doesn't appear here, but we do have a line item where we are tracking COVID separately, but we're also doing that deep dive where we're making sure that we look at every single expenditure. And if we think it is associated with COVID, we'll make sure that we claim that.
And then when I look at the 35 and 65, do I assume that there's no increase with actual office supplies in terms of pens, pencils, and so forth? And that you're nodding. Okay, I just wanted to be clear that I'm not making an assumption that you don't need actually 40,000 to run the operation and that the difference then is COVID. Okay, thank you for that. And the second part of internet costs have increased modestly. I'm wondering, and this kind of relates to my next question too. Maybe I'll start with that one because it may become clear. When we look at going forward, you're identifying ways of changing how you deliver service and so on and so forth. And I'm wondering about users' expectations about, for example, you used to do A and now you're doing B. In the future, you may want to revert to A, but there'll be demand to continue with B. So in fact, what you're going to have is A plus B, which may be incrementally more expensive or maybe a lot more expensive. So I'm wondering, I just wanted to get your thoughts on, do you think that you're going to be running parallel services down the road? And any comment you have on how that affects staffing or costs and operating and that kind of thing? And then I guess that relates then to my question with internet costs. Is there no real change then for actual increased use? I guess is everything unlimited? And therefore, once you pay a fee, if people continue to use internet for everything, wouldn't that be adding to your cost? Does that make sense? So I'm trying to sort of just understand, if we move to a new way of providing service, which includes lots of options for people that they didn't have before, can we expect certain costs to increase? And then I guess internet is just part of that.
Yes, I definitely see that, there are these new demands and that we do anticipate, like even right now, running two types of service at once. So, adding to that virtual service and investing more in that infrastructure and that technology while still maintaining those traditional services. I think, at this point, it's hard to anticipate how things are going to shift back. Like, a lot of these things may need to continue in some fashion, whether it's, some level of virtual programming, in added investment into our digital collections. But I think, what we've tried to do here is balance the two, and that's what we would really, try to do moving forward. It is very much that give and take. And I mean, I think we've done that in previous budget years as well, when there's been, all along this shift towards digital collections and focusing on digital services versus physical. So, in my mind, I think there are going to be added costs because, the expectations of the public, like you point out, they are there, they're only going to grow. But we do keep that in mind, and we have managed to balance things. But thinking about this budget, it's one of these situations where we have this significant surplus. And so now that just showed itself as an opportunity when we can expand services when those resources are available. So yes, looking forward, I think that's something that we have to keep in mind in balancing those two streams and the expectations, and looking for those opportunities when we can shift things around within existing budgets, but still be realistic and still, meet the expectations of the public.
Lindsay, a good example of that type of thing in the private sector is groceries. Not that long ago, we can throw a baseball to how long ago this was. There was less than 1% of total grocery sales were online in Canada. And, your question really relates to that, because now grocers are trying to figure out, is that an added cost I'm going to have going forward, or is it an opportunity? And frankly, I don't think we know yet, because often what happened in these situations is when you provide, people say, no, I always have to walk to my library and I always have to get my book a certain way. And I always have to, because that's the way I've always done it. When you open up a new opportunity, sometimes that shifts completely. Automated tellers. I'm of the age where I remember my mother saying, I would never use a Johnny Cash machine because I don't trust it. I'll always go to a teller. Now, she's the exact opposite. And that's, in a very short period of time, she's turned that around. So we don't know, but we are going to monitor it because we do think that there are opportunities to think outside the box here about how we deliver service. And this was like a great crucible for putting all of this stuff in one spot, mixing it all together and seeing what the public demand is coming out the other side. And I think there's opportunities to improve service and lower our costs, even if we have to run parallel systems for a while. Eventually, we're going to get there. That's my thought, and I think Lindsay's on the same page about that.
And I agree. I mean, the other something that we can all relate to, we've been going to virtual conferences, and there's going to be demand to run virtual conferences parallel to in-person conferences. It is not cheap to run a virtual conference, but we've been facing that at AMO, and we're discussing what that means. And we don't know, obviously. I guess we've ended up, I just want to highlight that because we just talked about, to Brian's comment and question about the surplus. I just want to make sure that you're including enough in your budget that allows you to make sure that you can access that money that is surplus, even if it's put somewhere else. Because if you recognize that we're really swinging hard this way and we need to be doing more here as opposed to there, that you have that flexibility to, for lack of a better word, everyone says pivot even more quickly, that you are able to do that in providing the services that our residents want. So, okay, thank you very much. And I guess when we look at those big lumps, we can decide how much. I just want to make sure that you're not handcuffed in moving where you need to move by having opportunities to take A plus B and move to B as opposed to the old A when you want to. So thank you.
We certainly don't feel that way right now, Ina, because we don't have as much expenditures on the A.
Oh, no, right.
All of our yeah,
Staff.
and we may come back to you at a point in time. Like I think we're into B level, not B level, you know what I mean, but that box B service for the foreseeable future. This is not something that's going to turn around tomorrow. So right now we're utilizing our savings to do that. I think that will be a conversation next year at this time, more likely. But right now I feel really comfortable with this budget to still pivot gradually towards what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think you're right about next year. That's going to be the real change there. Okay, thank you very much, Lindsay.
Thank you. Any other questions on operations? We can move to collections. We've maintained the budget at 471,000, and that's a perfect example of what Councillor DeVitt was kind of speaking to. You know, we are finding that balance for 2021 by shifting existing funds around. So this budget reflects the need for increasing our digital collection, so ebooks, e-audiobooks, digital magazines, streaming, movie, TV content. So we've rebalanced the budget within that 471,000 to reflect those different demands. We've also made the recommendation to cancel print magazine subscriptions for 2021, and that's reflected in the periodicals budget line that I'll point out in a second, as this format is challenging to circulate right now with our current restrictions. So if we break it down, our digital collections, we're moving from 85,000 to 158,000. Again, you know, we just added a new ebook collection in January, a quick pick collection, trying to meet the demand because we're hearing from people that there are long wait times for our ebooks. So trying to do what we can to mitigate that. Our databases, just a slight increase from 58,000 to 60,000. So we did analyze the usage of our databases to see whether there was overlap, whether there's duplication between resources. Some of the more research-based databases weren't being used. So we did cancel some subscriptions, add in Udemy, like I mentioned, our new online course platform. So we made some changes to that budget that we think are going to be successful. Our physical book budget, we've decreased from 160,000 to 140,000. So, not a huge amount taken from that budget, still ensuring that our collections are well stocked and that we're meeting the current demands for especially bestsellers at our branches, but thinking ahead to where that budget needs to be in the future to balance those digital users versus print users. Paperbacks keeping the same at 18,000. Our processing fees have gone down to 28,000 from 35,000. So that reflects we're purchasing fewer physical materials. And so the processing that our suppliers do to make them shelf ready, we have less of a need. So that budget line has decreased. So a big change to periodicals, like I said, moving from 28,000 to 5,000. So canceling our subscriptions for the year for magazines, but the bulk of them, we have maintained a few, mostly Canadian titles, and as well some newspaper subscriptions that we're maintaining. So keeping 5,000 in that budget. Reference moved from 10,000 to 5,000 and we'll be likely focusing mostly on local history resources. Again, reference is a collection that's used in branch for the most part. And so it's not accessible at this time for most people. Talking books, so this refers to audiobooks, so books on CD, keeping that budget the same. And then videos or DVDs, we've decreased that budget from 65,000 to 45,000, just reflecting the fact that fewer movies are being produced right now. And so, there's less to buy. We are focusing on the blockbusters on the Amazon Prime and Netflix series that are being produced, but we can shift funds easily from that budget line to digital resources for the year to meet that demand. There's no questions on that. We'll move to the next line, which is rent. I skipped branch development. So branch development is broken into two sections. So purchase of service, that line supports our system-wide programming. So it pays for programming specific supply costs and then any costs related to guest speakers or events. So I have shifted 5,000 out of that budget for 2021, recognizing that, we are able to do the level of programming that we can offer virtually is lower than in person. And so we can reasonably make that shift, but we still have enough funds to, pay for special guests. Like we have an author visit coming up, Jennifer Robson. We have, Gail Barker, who's an author and life coach. She's doing a presentation. So we still have the funds there to offer some really exciting virtual programs. And then branch development. So this budget line supports basic furniture purchases. So anything that's worn out or broken, computer chairs a lot of the time, things like that. And any repair costs or additional maintenance costs. So we often, we'll get Storytime rugs steam cleaned. We'll get furniture steam cleaned. We'll get new blinds and things installed. So I have shifted that additional 5,000 to branch development. Again, that could be one of those COVID related costs, if it was related to additional steam cleaning that might be needed in a branch, that sort of thing, but that gives that little bit of buffer there, as well as just kind of those general branch refurbishments that we can do during the year. So maintaining the $60,000 there from 2020. Next, we have rent. And so the numbers before you, so these were calculated based on the assumption that we'd be around a 2% increase for CPI. And I think as Cindy likely pointed out earlier, the actual CPI for 2020 was announced at 0.7%. So you'll see when we go back and do those figures that the rental amount will go down based on that. So these estimates were based on 2%, actual is 0.7, so we'll make that adjustment. And I'll just point out the other two changes to this, this budget line relate to square footage. So in Ilderton, when we completed the renovation project there for early on, The municipality had the architect verify the square footage of the building, and it came back lower for the library space than what was previously calculated. So previously we were paying 2,240 square feet of space. And now the Ilderton Library has been confirmed at 1,916 square feet. So that means our rent for 2021 is lower. As well for Strathroy, we went through a similar process and recalculated shared space. So there's space that's shared between the library and Museum Strathroy Caradoc, kind of balanced that, as well adjusted the space that will be dedicated space for early on programming there. And so that square footage decreased from previously it was 11,052 square feet, and it's gone down to 10,083 square feet for 2021. So that results in that 0.04% variance from 2020 to 2021.
I've got a question, and I think I asked this at library board, and it has to do with rent and maintenance costs. And is there, understanding that when we reopen, the landlord won't be coming in and wiping off the counter, that's going to be a lot of what the staff is going to have to be doing during the day and taking on those duties. But is there any thought that there will be at some point that the landlords will be asked to increase how many times the cleaner comes in and cleans the branches? And if so, is there thought that, you might have some municipalities coming back and looking to revisit the fee structure?
I know
Well,
that
I can take that one, Lindsay, if you want, but I think the challenge we have with the first part of your question is that we have lease agreements, which is what Lindsay was about to say, I think, that have cleaning specifications in them. They're not completely standard because what we can do at the North Middlesex Library versus the Ilderton Library in terms of available cleaning companies is different. That's not good. That there are potentially different standards in each of our standard leases. And I think we're going to have trouble putting those standards onto municipalities, and even finding in certain parts of the county the companies that are able to fulfill the standard that we would now want compared to what we were wanting when we signed the leases. Like frankly, when we were signing the leases, it was vacuuming and the normal things that you would normally do in a cleaning contract, and now we're much past that, and we will be for a long time, as we both know. So what we've done instead is we've started to look at whether or not there's a service that we could use, that we could create of our own, that is doing cleaning not only for the libraries, but for other county facilities. Because if we expand that, and we should have that conversation, Warden, here about what that might look like, but it would likely end up being cheaper for us because if we go and contract out to that heavier service, we know what that costs, because the health unit required a heavier amount of service whenever they were using 50 King, and it wasn't even to the standard we'd go to now, but it was heavier than what we normally do, and it was expensive. And if you start thinking about ambulance headquarters, ambulance stations, libraries, and county social services and county buildings, it's going to be very expensive to have that higher level of standard. And it might be better to have a mobile unit that does the cleaning the way we want. Now we're looking at how that would work. We're looking at whether that would be through our logistics team or what that would look like. But that model makes more sense. And in the interim, until we get that model in place, we may need to have, where we can, some extra cleaning costs, but it would be more of a one-off as opposed to putting that burden on the municipalities. I would feel like it's a stretch for us to go back to municipalities and say, hey, surprise, we're going to pay you the same, but we now need you to go, because the costs are pretty high. So I would say that's a project for us in March and April to figure that out. And And in the meantime, we've supplemented it with cleaning costs where we can, where they're necessary, because you got to remember a lot of our buildings aren't even open right now. But thinking ahead to when they are open, yes, that is something we have to have ready for it, and it is a priority item for us to think through. I think Curtis wants to volunteer to be on the cleaning team.
No, that's okay.
Oh, I thought that's why you had your hand up.
About something else about branch rent, but Cindy, go ahead.
Sorry, I had myself on mute. I just wanted to add too, it would be great, I think, if the budget committee would say they'd like to allocate some of the COVID funding that we have for some cleaning, because obviously we will be dealing with COVID past March or April when we actually meet. So it would be great to say of the COVID funding that we got, if we wanted to say we'd like to do an allocation toward extra cleaning in some of our facilities, I think that would be important.
So that would be a recommendation coming out of the committee as part of the debrief?
Yes, that would be my recommendation. I just go back to modernization. So if you remember back in 2019, we did get some modernization dollars from the province. So what they're asking for now for round 2 of modernization, they're asking that if you want to apply, you had to at least spend or allocated the money that you got from the first round. So I'm trying to kind of do that same kind of treatment. If we're thinking that we want to use some of our COVID dollars for cleaning, I think we should just say that we're going to allocate it for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then the question that I had with the rent, so with other landlord-tenant situations across the province, there was the opportunity for those business owners to get a funding from the provincial government to then offset the cost of the rent for their tenants. Was that an opportunity for municipalities to do that as well? Just thinking about it from that direction. So my question is, say, in North Middlesex with the library there, were they able to get funding from the province to then offset our costs of rent?
So through the warden, and Lindsay, you can jump in, but we did look into that, and it's our understanding that municipalities cannot apply.
Yeah, that's right. Now, there are examples you're going to see in the budget, though, where we are a landlord and our tenant applied because they weren't able to use our facility, but still had a lease responsibility. That's different. In this case, it's the other way around. So there are times we were eligible, kind of, to answer your question, but in this particular case, we determined we weren't eligible and didn't apply. Even in the name, it says small business, and so it was tough to see us fitting in there.
Okay.
So we'll move on to automation. So, so the automation budget, we're looking at $129,091. So that is a decrease of $5,552 from 2020. The automation budget reflects, so we've got it divided into kind of 3 sections. So it reflects annual costs, including the library's integrated library service software. So our software that runs our checkouts and check-ins and collection management and all of that, as well as our the software that runs the catalog that patrons use from the patron side. Computing software used by staff, things like Adobe and Camtasia, things that we're using for virtual programming as well. Software licenses for Laserfiche invoices and timesheets. Our Meraki software, which is our Wi-Fi checkpoints, so that allows people to be accessing Wi-Fi from, out in the parking lot or anywhere that they're accessing it now. And our Cisco SmartNet software, so the software that powers our VoIP phone systems. So, so as I mentioned earlier, one of the changes that we need to make behind the scenes is making that shift of the LargeNet fiber internet fee, which was previously allocated to that computer software line. That needs to be shifted to the internet costs line in the operating budget. Again, it's just adding $13,500 here, subtracting $13,500 there. a net zero balance there, but it's just the way that that cost will be coded basically and what budget it's allocated to. And again, this year we looked at individual lines and what budget line they fit into. We also created this software support and licenses line, so it didn't exist in 2020, but there were charges that made sense that were more to do with licenses versus actual software that fit more within that budget line. So what we've broken it down to is that 21,000 for software support and licenses, 37,548 for computer supplies and maintenance. So, things like purchasing keyboards and mice and all of the kind of peripherals for computer use, as well as things related to when we install early literacy iPads in branches, the technology that goes along with those, as well as fees that are paid for using our photocopiers. So we have print fees that we pay to the vendor related to photocopying. And then computer software, 70,543. So this balance, the numbers are very different from 2020 because we looked at each individual line and realized that some were being allocated to basically the wrong definition. So not a lot of new costs within this budget because we went down by 5,500. It's just balancing between those three categories within that budget. And if there's no questions on that one, we'll move to the big one, our capital projects for 2021. So we have a proposed capital budget of $709,650. And within that is broken down into these various projects that are before you. So first off, we start with our general hardware replacement schedule. So for 2021, we have 53 computer workstations that are up for replacement, as well as 29 iPads. So that's the bulk of that hardware replacement budget. So computers that have come to the end of their 4-year or 5-year lifespan, same with the lifespan of iPads. A lot of those iPads are the early literacy iPads for kids that are in every branch at this point, as well as a couple staff and library board member iPads included in that budget. And I'll talk more about that when we get to that technology replacement reserve item there at the bottom. The next line, 10,000 for technology branch programming. In 2020, our budget was 20,000 for that branch programming technology. Recognizing that, we at this point it's difficult to use technology and lend it out to people and allow people to have those experiences with technology in our branches, being open in such a limited way. Previously, last year we bought things like the Oculus virtual reality kits and the silent dance party headsets that we were so excited to start using, and we got them just in time for things to close down. So all of those things we'll be able to bring out of the closet. When we reopen, they'll still be usable and people will really enjoy them. But we want it to be realistic, obviously, with this budget line. We will want to add some technology when we can to either support virtual programming or looking ahead to in-person programming. But we did decrease that budget to 10,000 for this year, recognizing that there's other technology elements that we're adding in. A new software subscription of 1,800. So this is some project management software that some other departments are using as well across the county to help us really manage our projects and manage work virtually as well. We are all keeping in touch over Zoom and everything else, but looking to kind of streamline things and help us manage our projects a bit more effectively across the county. Wi-Fi hotspots. So in 2020, we did purchase a collection of Wi-Fi hotspots there at the end of the year using that technology branch programming budget from 2020. And so we just launched them this month, I believe this week. So I'll be excited to report back how they're being used at the branches that they're located at. And so we'd be looking to to have this as like a dedicated budget, capital budget line for 2020, so that when we come up to that renewal period, we'll see what we need, whether we need to add units, take away units, what needs to be worked at, what should be fixed or tweaked, but have that dedicated funding for that project going forward. The next one is a book dispensing project, so a book dispensing machine. So these come in a couple iterations. You can have just a general book vending machine that you place a bunch of collection items in, and people can pick and choose what they would like. And the other option is to have a holds vending machine. So people place items on hold, those are delivered, put in the machine, and then you can come in and pick them up at your leisure. And so we're really excited to kind of have this as a bit of a pilot project for us. And we are looking at installing one of these machines in Adelaide Metcalfe would be our vision for this pilot project. Our municipality that doesn't have a physical branch. And so this is just, an exciting way to extend our library services into a municipality that doesn't currently have a branch. Obviously, residents are welcome to use any branch in the county, but this would just be an added bonus. So we've done some preliminary research last year. I know that Brant County is installing one, or they did install one right at the end of the year. So I'm excited to see how it works in another county system, another rural location. And I'm good friends with their CEO, so I'd like to eventually take a visit, take a trip out there to see what it looks like in person. But we've done all the background research, and we're excited to hopefully move ahead with this project, and then see what other applications it might have. If there's the chance to put a similar machine into a community center or an arena, or other locations where people are gathering, and it's just another opportunity for them to access library materials and connect with their library. So that's our hope with that project. Next, we have a website redesign. So we are coming to the end of life, I think, of our current website. The version of Drupal that our website is based on it needs to be upgraded. So it's that time where, regular work that upgrade process has to happen. And it's also time to refresh our website, look at what was working, what isn't. And especially this past year has really, increased traffic to our website. So we see the deficiencies, we see the challenges that we face that we'd like to address. So this 40,000 will go towards that process, either looking at, a traditional website like we have now, but there are also other options on the marketplace that are more library specific. There are systems out there that can operate as your website, as a room booking software, as they could support curbside pickup, all these different functions. So we've done preliminary research at the end of the year last year that would help guide us through this process. But we are looking to enhance our virtual presence through that project. Next are branch enhancement projects. So again, this line should be 75,000, not 25, but we have 3 projects planned or in mind with 25,000 devoted to each of those roughly. First in Komoka, we'd be looking at refreshing the children's area. So when we opened that new branch, we did reuse a lot of the existing shelving that was at the old location. And basically we have space in the children's area to add more shelving, increase our collections there, and really, enhance the space and brighten it up. So that's our plan for Komoka, new shelving, and other enhancements to the children's area because it's very well used in that location. Next is Dorchester. So again, we have a beautiful children's area, a dedicated room in that branch. When we did the renovation back in 2016, we didn't touch the children's area. The work was focused on the adult spaces. So what we're looking to do is replace the shelving there as well. Right now we have just very standard wood shelving that's kind of showing its age. So we'd be looking to replace that shelving and also incorporate some of the kind of active play space elements that we have put in some of our early on spaces. So thinking about what we've done in Ilderton, we'd like to make some similar changes in Dorchester to really make that, a really fun, active, welcoming space for both library services and early on services there as well. The municipality just painted the walls in Dorchester. We removed all the shelving and all the collections back in December, so it's the perfect time to make this change and get a fresh take on that room. And then the third project is in Lucan. So would be reworking where the public computers are located. Right now you walk in the front door, you walk right into the public computer area. On the left are a couple bookable office spaces, and it's brought to light a challenge of confidentiality and privacy. So people who are on the computers can sometimes hear what's going on in the offices and vice versa. We've tried to help it with some sound masking solutions, but they haven't been really effective. So we are looking at reworking the space to address that issue. So whether it means shifting the children's area, shifting where tables and chairs are placed. The project will likely involve, needing some electrical and data cabling changes made. So the funds for that project would address those challenges. Big improvements can happen within that project budget that we're excited about. Our RFID project, so 250,000 is noted here for that project. Significant amount devoted to this project, and this really speaks to. I was thinking about this when Councillor DeViet was asking about, service enhancements and options A and option B, and how you balance between those new demands and traditional services and everything. And this is really an interesting project that has those sort of applications. So RFID refers to radio frequency identification, and it's a method to enhance and streamline library inventory control. That's kind of the technical speak. So what it means, what it would involve is tagging all of the collection items with a new RFID enabled tag. And basically that tag can be read by software that really enhances and streamlines things like the self-checkout process. So like I said earlier, we have a couple self-checkout stations at branches, but they aren't well used and they're not easy to use. So this whole RFID system would streamline that process. And the end goal is that there is less time spent on simple transactions. So less time spent by library staff on these transactions that could be self-serve. And that frees up more time for focus on programming, on technology support, on, actually interacting with patrons and answering, questions and connecting people with resources. So that's one of those projects that can help balance the new demands that may be placed on library staff, looking ahead to 2022. If there's more expectations on that technology side, more expectations on service delivery, something has to give, right? And so this is one of those projects that incorporating RFID and all of the technology that goes along with it can help streamline those transactional processes and help shift more time and more resources where they're needed. So there's lots to say about RFID, and I know I'm looking at my clock and I see the time is ticking by. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that. Basically, the project would be funds for tagging the collection items, funds for software, money for the actual technology for self-checkout stations and everything that goes along with them, and then a contingency for any electrical or data changes that would have to happen in the branches, so infrastructure changes. So that rolls up into that 250,000. And then finally there, the technology replacement reserve. So again, this relates to that hardware replacement budget that we have there. I think we've had this discussion at this committee level before, and I know at the library board, about how we balance budgets year to year and balance those capital requests, because our replacement budget this year is quite significant, almost 98,000. Some years it's only 45,000 or 50,000. So how can we streamline that process a bit and balance these asks every year? And another one, so we identified this as an opportunity to use some of that surplus to create this technology replacement reserve, which would help us achieve that balance from year to year. So establish it this year, and then use it in years where draw from it in years where we have a larger number of replacements, and then replenish when we have lower replacements, to try and keep those capital requests at a bit more of a steady level, because we do have so many workstations. We do try to balance the replacements from year to year, but like this year we need to replace 29 iPads, and that's partially due to the fact that we rolled out a number of iPads during the same year when the funds were available. So that kind of skews our replacement schedule. So that's where the technology replacement reserve comes into play. Any questions about those capital projects that I can answer?
If I could, just a couple of questions and comments. So the first one is with the website redesign. I know that you mentioned that it's kind of the end of life, but thinking about COVID dollars and everything else and how we're doing curbside pickup and whatever things, can we kind of morph that into we need COVID dollars for upgrading our website?
So I can jump in there for a second. It's my understanding that we'll be able to use the COVID dollars for additional expenses that we've incurred and for any revenue lost, not necessarily for any new projects. So I did have a conversation with the ministry. I've also been really looking at other municipalities and what they seem to be talking about COVID and what they're hoping to claim for COVID. So I would have loved to actually have done the RFID project as well, because I do think that falls in line with less contact. But unfortunately, it's really going to be around those additional expenditures and the loss of revenues.
Okay, and that makes a lot of sense. And then the next one is just a comment. I'm looking forward to the book dispenser project, and we can talk offline where we're thinking about that for Adelaide Metcalf. I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like. And then I'm very excited about the RFID project, which sounds crazy, but so I was at a conference with Morgan Calvert, my CAO, our former manager of IT for the county. We were in Whistler for the MISA BC conference, and not part of the conference, but while I was in Whistler, I stopped by the local library there because I thought, why not? Let's check this out. And I was excited to see that they had this, the RFID system that Lindsay's been talking about. It was really neat. You walk through the door. There wasn't, that typical front desk, situation. It had these 2 self-checkouts. So I had to go over and talk to the librarian there, and she explained how it all works. And exactly, you're right. The people that are working at the library are going, working in the library, helping people with technology or finding books or whatever it is. And you pick up whatever books you want, you set your library card down, or if I think it's also through an app, maybe on your phone, I don't know. And then you just set these books down on this thing, and you're checked out, and you just walk out the door. So I don't know, I was very excited. I came back and I told Lindsay all about it, and I'm thrilled to see it on our budget list. I know it's a lot of dollars, but I honestly think it's very well worth it. And you touched on inventory as well. And my question for you with this RFID system, I was on TikTok the other week, and I saw somebody, they were saying how they were doing inventory at a Target store in the States, and they were just waving this wand around doing inventory. Is that how we would be doing inventory with books in the library?
Yes, it could work very similarly, exactly. And to speak, I appreciate you being our big advocate, and Morgan has been talking to me about RFID for a couple of years now. So excited to move ahead with this. But yes, there are a lot of tools, and that's why, within that 250,000, about 150,000 would be earmarked for the actual technology, because there are different scanning units. Whether you could use an iPad or an we have iPod touches at all the branches. It just makes that inventory control process so much faster. You're not wasting time searching for books. You're not wasting time when you're weeding collections as well. So there's a lot of, all of that technology is all about saving time, both for staff and for the public. But there's a lot of possibilities there.
Yep. I'm very excited. I'll be quiet now. I'll mute myself for other people to ask questions, but super excited.
So with that RFID, it's Joanne, would that be in every single branch, or how would that roll out?
There would definitely be elements that would be done across the system. It will have to look different in every branch. I think the needs are different, but every collection item would need to be tagged because our collections do float. But yeah, the amount allocated per branch, it would be scaled based on the size of the branch and how it's used. Any other questions on the capital budget? So then moving on to the last few pages, we have library office maintenance, 9,125, up from 8,981. So this is that transfer to Strathmere Lodge. Their staff use their resident bus to go to and from the post office to pick up our mail, like our first class mail, as well as books that we mail in and out. So a huge part of our service, and a really great partnership with Strathmere that we would like to continue with that budget line. And then finally there.
Sorry, Lindsay, it's Joanne again. You said building maintenance. Is that what we're on?
Sorry, it is called library office maintenance. What it refers to is that transfer of funds from the library to Strathmere Lodge for that service that they provide.
Okay, because I think we should call that something else, because that's totally not building maintenance.
Yeah, and that's another one of the things that we are going to tweak with Questica, is how those translate into we'll make that change. And finally, there we have the $300,000 for early on. So again, we received $350,000 for the program. 50,000 of that is transferred into the library salaries budget, because Nadine, as project manager, half of her position is library and half is early on. So half is funded through the library salaries budget, and then that other half, or 50,000, is taken from the early on budget. And so that leaves 300,000 to devote to the other salary costs and programming and services for that budget. So that brings us to the end, and I apologize that I do tend to go past my allotted time. This happened last year as well, so I apologize. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have now or later as well. But a lot of exciting possibilities with this budget, and I appreciate your time.
Well, thanks, Lindsay. Any other comments or questions that haven't been addressed as we've moved through this? I think you hit the nail on the head about exciting, and throughout the whole year, and not just with library. When you think about other things and services that either we're providing through the public sector or for private enterprises, it's that whole challenge and opportunity, and being able to look past the challenge, and instead of getting down and mired by it, you're really empowered to look at, to see what you can do. And so I congratulate you on your enthusiasm and your ability and your team's ability to kind of look beyond where we are to see, you know, how we can become a better service, and how this can open up opportunities for our team and for our residents. So, okay. And then I guess if you think of anything else, just maybe jot them down and email them off to Lindsay and Cindy, and we can address those if they come up. Okay. Thanks, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Cindy.
I guess I just want to say only one other thing is I just want to say a big thank you to the early on staff, because I think they do an amazing job. And I'm going to put it back to funding. Since we've taken on the early on programming, and I believe it was 2018, 2019, when the library became the purchase of service, the amount hasn't changed. We continue to get that $350,000. And as we look at our comparators, they seem to get a lot more early on funding. But I just want to say thank you, because I think they do an amazing job reaching out, stretching, and really supporting our community. So thank you.
Yeah, I think we would all agree with that. Okay, so we are scheduled to have a bit of a break, and ITS is scheduled for 1 o'clock. Do we, which is about 20 minutes from now, do we want to, are you good with just 20 minutes, or do you want to extend it to half an hour?
How long does it take to bake those cinnamon things you provide?
Longer than 20 minutes. So I can't really rip up a new batch. But you can just pop them in the microwave. Are you good with 20, or do you want to take the half hour?
20 should be good. Nobody else is saying anything. So
I know, exactly. Somebody make a decision. We've got all these decision makers and nobody can make a decision. All right.
I'll see everybody at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Sounds good. Okay. So welcome back and good afternoon, everyone, as we resume our county budget meeting for Thursday, February 18th. And we might as well get right into things. And next on our list of presentations is from Information Technology Services. And I'm going to pass it over to Chris Bailey, and I'd like to welcome him and thank him. This is his first major presentation as officially taking on the role as manager of ITS. So welcome, Chris, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you to the committee, I'm going to start off today with a presentation. From there, we'll get into more of a deep dive on a numbers review. So to get things started here, we get the first slide. Thank you, Greg. I'm going to go over who we are. We're responsible for planning, management, and support of the county's information systems. We also are responsible for provision of efficient and effective IT services for 6 of our 8 local municipalities. Over the course of the past few years, we're continuing to evolve. We're really moving towards a more modern IT service delivery, which includes things such as business and data analysis and process automation. What we do, we provide high quality, efficient, and effective services to each of the county and local municipalities that we support. We've designed our service in a way that recognizes and respects the context of each of these municipalities. Some highlights of what we do is cybersecurity programs with a focus on education, detection, containment, and response, IT asset management programs, disaster recovery and business continuity. We're working on an IT consolidation strategy, which is moving towards hosting physical infrastructure to reduce costs and provide enhanced access to internal resources. Broadband coordination and community engagement, digital transformation, and municipal modernization, working with the county and local municipalities to take advantage of provincial funding opportunities. We're working to raise digital literacy across the county with a partnership with the library and our corporate training programs. Why we do it? We provide a reliable and scalable IT infrastructure that is critical to the effective and efficient delivery of municipal services. ITS plays an integral role in the transformation of county and local municipal services towards modern digital platforms, which enable municipalities to be more efficient and effective. Municipalities require capacity to deliver services. So through digital transformation, business modernization, we're continuing to build that capacity to help municipalities focus on community questions. A quick breakdown of projects going back to 2018. As you can see, there's been an upward trend each year. Due to COVID-19, we had about 20 projects from 2020 that pushed into 2021. Obviously, our focus switched very quickly in March last year. So some things did have to push into the new year. So our focus this year is continued response to COVID-19, but also catching up on some of those projects that pushed from the previous year. ITS by the numbers. Here's a review of our tickets going back to 2016, continuing to trend upwards. We had a 16% increase between 2019 to 2020. The incident tracking system that we use is to gather these numbers. Our business services team is going to be working towards a dashboard in 2021, and the focus of that is going to be providing enhanced analysis and trend analysis into the numbers that you're seeing on the screen there. COVID-19 impact. As you all know, a major shift in the way business was conducted across the county and the local municipalities. The ITS team really had to react extremely quickly to work from home requirements to deploy the technology required while maintaining our enhanced cybersecurity controls. I did want to take a moment here just to recognize the entire ITS team. What they were able to achieve over the start of the pandemic in such a short period of time to ensure continued operations was incredible. I think it really does say a lot about the group of people we have working in the ITS department when reviewing how much they were able to achieve in such a short period of time. The major shift to virtual council meetings at Middlesex and all of the supported local municipalities was definitely a challenge, but I think we were one of the first in the province to step up and get that done, which was excellent. And I think it went really, really smoothly across all locations. Deployment and support of virtual meeting platforms, Zoom, Teams, WebEx, all of those has been a big focus. One of the challenges has been supporting home network setups. We've been able to navigate our way through it, but it does continue to be a bit of a challenge because everybody has different internet and things like that. So we've done a good job keeping up with that as well. Just to give a quick kind of view here as to the actual resource impact from our ticket tracking system, there was 815 tickets tracked in 2020 that were COVID-19 related. That equated to over 385 hours of time, which is just over 9 weeks of a full-time person's time. So definitely a significant impact due to the pandemic. Some service highlights for 2021. This is the fourth full year of the IT service agreements. We're continuing the SOW process. This was designed to ensure county costs versus local impact are better accounted for. It was designed to ensure that any additional services that are provisioned outside of the original service agreements are accounted for and the impact is recovered. In most cases, this process results in a change order process. And what this is a one-time change order that accounts for the time required to implement the new service, as well as an ongoing change order, which is the time required to support that new service going forward each year. This year's focus as well, as it was announced at the end of January, the Municipal Modernization Program, Intake Part 2. We'll be working closely with CAOs, department heads, and delegates to utilize funding opportunities as part of this intake program. The Middlesex Server Infrastructure Project. This is going to be a big one for IT this year. We are looking to replace our entire internal infrastructure that runs all the servers and systems and things like that. Document management as a service. We're continuing to roll out a document management system to local municipalities with a focus on solution design and records management. I discussed it a bit earlier, but the consolidation strategy, so moving towards hosting physical infrastructure to reduce costs. Agenda management system, as I think I discussed the last council. We're looking to roll this out to Middlesex County as well as 4 of our local municipalities. COVID-19 isn't going anywhere, unfortunately, at this time. So continued response, and we're moving more towards that decentralized model. And I think we're well positioned after dealing with COVID-19 to continue moving to that decentralized model. A new website and a website refresh for Middlesex County is the last one there. Some of the opportunities, mentioned it again above, but the modernization second round funding is going to be a big opportunity for both Middlesex and the local municipalities. Digital transformation. Strategic plan, we've, as you know, we're undergoing some pretty significant changes in the IT department. So the plan's really going to help align IT with council's strategic focus and priorities. And it will also help IT align with the business outcomes of Middlesex County. Enhanced cybersecurity efforts. This continues to be on everybody's mind. It's always in the news. So we're continuing to enhance our cybersecurity efforts going forward. This year, we're going to be doing some internal vulnerability scanning and testing to basically bring that program more forward. Broadband, continue focus on reliable internet services to our residents. There's a number of projects ongoing, including SWIFT, as you know, and some other procurement and funding opportunities are coming down the pipe right now as well. Some of the challenges, sound like a broken record here, but I'm going to keep saying it, COVID-19. We have a good handle on the situation, but it's certainly going to continue to be a priority as we navigate the situation over the course of 2021. Software licensing models are shifting from one-time fees to annual subscriptions. So we're going to be working with the departments as well as local municipalities to make sure that we plan ahead for this as these tend to be shifting to this new type of licensing model. Integrations of IT systems, the more things that focus and move towards business solutions and automation, we really have to work towards integrating multiple different systems to make them basically talk together and do what we're wanting them to do. ITS departmental changes. As you know, Morgan's moved on to Adelaide Metcalf, so that's definitely going to be a bit of a challenge for us. Greg Marles has moved from the service desk coordinator role over to a 2-year finance position. We promoted internally to help fill that gap left by Greg and help coordinate the efforts of the service desk. Ebian Hassan is our business and data analyst. She was actually doing about 60% on the paramedic service side and 40% IT. She's been brought full IT now, and she's going to help drive our business services team forward. And she's also going to help with the municipal modernization portfolio. All right, into some of the numbers stuff here a little bit. So each county department and supported local municipality have all received their IT budgets. These include equipment required to be replaced under the hardware replacement plan, any software and hardware licenses required to maintain day-to-day operations, new equipment or services to create or enhance department or organizational services delivery. Recoveries and revenues. There was a small increase to land ambulance recoveries to align their resource impact on IT services. This also includes an ITS staff member. One of our service desk team is actually now premised at EMS headquarters at Adelaide Street. So we've got an office there now. Social services recoveries remain the same to main costs of delivering the required support services. And there's increased revenues from local municipalities to reflect the growing IT service requirements. And those are as a result of the SOW process that I discussed earlier. So operating and network, training is going to remain status quo this year. It's really important for us to ensure the team stays current with technology trends and also maintains their technical certifications. We did notice a decrease in both of travel and office supplies required due to COVID-19, so we decreased both of those for the 2021 budget. Internet connectivity decreased slightly due to combining data center connections. So we basically merged 2 connections at our data center to bring that down slightly. There was an overall increase in network expenditures. Part of the reason for that is our ongoing disaster recovery and business continuity program. Software support and licensing, there's a small increase here due to additional licenses required for ITS staff to maintain daily operations. So each member of the IT staff has a number of things required, from our ticket managing system to our remote access software. So there was a small increase there. Network support and supplies, again, a slight increase just due to yearly increases to our subscription fees. And there was a reduced cost associated to the data center hosting at the City of London, which I discussed with council a few councils ago. Salary and benefits includes salary and benefits to reflect the recent departmental changes, as well as it includes union and non-union annual increases. A capital program, computer hardware, there's a hardware replacement plan. This is any hardware that's coming up for the department or across the county, some new computer hardware, some additional software licensing, a continued investment in our cybersecurity program, and a transfer to the PSAB capital asset replacement plan. PSAB projects in 2021, replacement of our server and storage infrastructure, which I mentioned earlier, replacement of our email filtering hardware and licensing. And these two projects will be funded through our IT asset management program. Morgan actually implemented that program about 7 years ago, and it's been very successful, putting aside money so there isn't a major budget impact when we need to replace these larger pieces of equipment. So if anyone has any questions, oh, sorry, COVID-19 program. So we wanted to make sure we identified these. These are actually hard costs associated with COVID. Electronic meeting licenses, and this is supporting continued work from home processes. Additional remote access licenses. Before this, we'd average between 10 and 15 people working remotely, and then that spiked considerably, of course, once we started using work from home. So we needed additional licenses to basically handle that. We also increased our internet capacity to account for the increased access to our data center resources from external sources. And there we go. Any questions about that? I'd be happy to answer them.
I have a question, Morgan. Or not Morgan, sorry, Chris. I'm so used to that. In your recoveries, you've got the recoveries under other revenues that the municipalities pay into the bank. But what are the other recoveries? The 374,428. Where do they come from?
Just let me bring that up. Those are the recoveries from social services and land ambulance, and they would be on the page 1 of the report, or reference 1 of the report.
Okay, thank you. And where in this document do you have the cost for the new website?
The new website's actually funded with capital dollars that we had previously. So we actually haven't accounted for it because we have that money available from last year.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just take this opportunity. Councillor Allison Warwick has joined us, and she's joining us as an observer. But Allison, just so you know, obviously as an observer, you can still ask questions. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, anything else for Chris? Okay, you want to go on?
Yes, absolutely. So I will start with tab 1, which is the recoveries, which I did speak to already. So unchanged value from social services this year. There was that slight increase for land ambulance, though, which I mentioned, and that's due to some increased service provision, as well as having a dedicated staff member, excuse me, on site at their location. And yeah, if anyone has any questions as we step through the reference pages, please stop me and let me know. Page 2 is our other revenues. You'll see an increase across the majority of our supported sites here. I do expect these to continue in 2021, moving into 2022 as well. As we increase service provision and go through that SOW process I mentioned, we're going to continue to see these numbers increase year by year. Salaries and benefits.
So I've got to ask, because I ask every year, Chris, sorry, I ask every year, and if Morgan sees me not ask, he'll be mad why I ask him all
taking
the time.
it easy on me. Yeah, okay. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, when I look at the other recoveries from the different municipalities, like I understand economies of scale, but none of them even would cover a position of one person. And when you looked at the number of tickets that you had, even last year, and you did mention in your opening remarks all the time that you spent making sure the different municipalities were computer or virtual ready, etc. Are those costs valid in what you're charging as opposed to what services you're giving out?
I think they are. The tickets are only one piece of the puzzle, I'll say, so they don't reflect all the efforts. One thing I can do, if you'd like to see it, I'm not sure if you've seen it before, but I can show you an example of what an SOW looks like. I think we've ramped really well into that new solution over the past 2 years, and it has helped us account for any of those changes. And you'll see on the recoveries tab, some places bigger than others, but I'll use Adelaide Metcalf as the example with an increase. So anytime we're doing new projects, we're really making sure to track those changes. And Greg does have an example of the SOW form. I'm not sure if you want to see it or not, but just to kind of show you exactly what the process looks like as we continue and build on service provision. I could show you that, or yeah, I'm not sure if you'd want to see it or not.
You can show me that offline. I'm not sure if anybody else would be all that interested in it, but if they are, that's fine.
Okay, well, I would be happy to show you that, as well as resulting change orders, which I discussed. So I do think over the past couple of years, I know Morgan's worked really hard towards the SOW process to make sure that these numbers are accounted for. So yeah, I'd be happy to show you that afterwards, Joy.
I don't know. I mean, if it's a quick, we could all, it might answer a few questions for all of us. And if Greg's
Sure.
got it right there, why not?
Absolutely. So this is just basically a boilerplate one. These numbers aren't actually correct or anything. I've just kind of thrown stuff in here. So what the process does is we take this document, we gather requirements, and then we determine the responsibilities of each of the projects. So these are generated when something is outside of the IT service agreement. Those agreements have a list of services that we'll provide and the amount of people we support and things like that. So if one of the supported local municipalities was to come to us and say, we're adding 25 new people and 50 new computers, that would result in an SOW that would gather the impact of the one-time cost, which is the cost to actually set those people up and get those new computers in place. I'm just using that as an example. And then as well, the ongoing support for the additional services required. So this page here just outlines, implementation, who's going to be the resources. Here's an example of the professional services breakdown. Again, I just put in some dummy numbers here. So, $100 an hour, it's going to take 20 hours to implement this project. This piece would generate that one-time change order. Material costs, if there's actually, servers or computers or software licenses associated, those would come in. Ongoing costs would generate that ongoing change order that I discussed. This would be a yearly fee to support the new service that was implemented. From there, this is actually outlining the change order process. And as these go, you'll see the one-time change order here has those professional services, as well as the required time to support the project for the remainder of the year. And then these are signed off by the director of IT, manager of IT, and the CAO at the locations. And then the service agreements are amended with the updated numbers for the following year. So that's just a brief overview of the process there. I hope that kind of helps identify what we actually do. Joanne, I'd be happy to discuss with you further afterwards if you'd like as well, if you want to see the resulting
Perfect,
change
thank you.
orders.
And that was helpful. Thanks. The next question I have is then, so all the equipment that any of the municipalities use, they pay for that on a different schedule, because none of that obviously would go through here, or does it go through here?
No, we do a quarterly billing process. So, I'll use Luca Medolf as the example. If they order 15 computers in the first quarter, they just get a bill, and that is not reflected on the revenues here because that's not a revenue stream. That's just an actual in and out process expenditure for them. So each quarter we bill the local municipalities based off of what they've purchased. So that is not reflected on the revenues tab.
Okay, thanks. Well, it obviously wasn't there because the number's not big enough, but I just wanted to figure out where that actually came into the play.
But the good news is that by doing it that way, we do get economies of scale as a group. So it's still bulk purchasing, but billed out differently, which is many municipalities have seen dramatic reduction in capital costs as a result of that, the way we purchase. Wouldn't you say that's true, Bailey?
Yeah, absolutely. Also taking advantage of some of the provincial programs like the vendor of record program have helped with that. Signing that agreement has driven costs down considerably. The IT consolidation strategy is also designed for that, bringing different locations into the Middlesex County data center really helps drive down costs because we can share the cost of supported equipment as opposed to having servers and infrastructure at all of these places. We can just consolidate into the data center and split the costs accordingly.
It's kind of fun for us to think back to what the cost per municipality would be if we hadn't started to consolidate and do these things together. Because I was just watching a show this morning about server shortages and chip shortages that are coming up and the price rising of that. By being part of sort of a collective buying group and doing these capital purchases together, for most people, it's actually covering the cost of the entire service just in the capital cost reductions. So it's pretty exciting. Someday maybe we'll write a little story about just how much money this has saved taxpayers over the years, but it's been pretty significant, I would say. Anyway, it's a good news story.
Any other questions from the revenues section? If not, I will move on to the salaries and benefits. Okay, so salaries and benefits, you'll see there is a reduction. That's to account for the changes that have occurred this week in the IT department. Not sure if anyone has any questions for this section. I'd be happy to speak to those as well. All right, gonna move on next, which is tab number 5 here, operations. As I mentioned earlier, we noticed a pretty significant decrease in travel due to COVID, and we knew that was going to push over to this year. So we minimized the travel as well as the office supplies. Training stayed status quo this year just to ensure that the team is staying current with technology and their certifications as well. Internet connectivity, slight decrease due to combining those data center connections, which I mentioned earlier. Hardware maintenance, there is a small increase here, excuse me. That's just due to our yearly increases. Things tend to just get a little bit more expensive each year by certain percentage points. There is also an addition of the disaster recovery and business continuity plan, which is a yearly fee to access that portal, which has the information in it related to the plan. Software support and licensing, we did add a new member to the IT team last year, which did drive this up a little bit. Each member of the IT team is required to have a number of different software services to provide those services. So things like our ticketing software, our remote management software, Adobe and things like that. Network support and supplies was a slight increase as well. That was just due to yearly increases on some of our yearly, basically software licensing and support for some of our equipment as well as our software. The next one here is the COVID-19 program. Software support and licenses. This is for our remote meeting software. Definitely a requirement and kind of a hard amount that I don't think we're going to be getting away from anytime soon. Internet connectivity, which I mentioned, we noticed a few different times, well, many different times before we decided to make this change. We were basically hitting our internet limit because people coming from the outside into the network use a lot more of those resources than when we have an entire office full of people that are just accessing them locally. The network support and supplies here for the COVID-19 program were those licenses to account for the additional people using our remote connection software.
And if I can just interrupt there for a second, Chris.
Yep.
This goes back to the conversation we had earlier with library. It was only library and information services that included a portion for the COVID. And again, if you go back to your recap report, we actually put that on as a revenue line to offset Chris's budget here.
Thank you, Cindy. And then we get into the last tab here, which is number 8, and that's the ITS capital projects. I discussed these during the presentation, but the hardware replacement plan, this includes a couple of laptops for IT staff that are due for replacement. as well as some switches and a few other things. Computer hardware new includes a firewall for testing for the network team, as well as a computer for testing for the services team. Software licensing includes a system designed to help monitor and track more of our phone system stuff. We've got a lot of usage coming through the phone system, even more so, I would say, since people are working remotely. And this is just going to help provide us with metrics for that. Cybersecurity, we're going to do an internal vulnerability scan. We do multiple scans throughout the year from the outside in. This one's actually going to originate from inside of the network and do a scan internally, which will help give us kind of more insight into the inner workings. It'll be a third-party company that'll be doing that as well. The IT strategic plan, which I did discuss earlier, we really just want to align with the priorities of council here with all the changes coming through. I think it's an important thing to have done and really focus the department going forward. And then the transfer to PSAP, the capital asset replacement plan, again, which I discussed before, is really just to ensure that we don't have a replacement required. That's going to be a huge item. It's future proofing the budget to go forward. So we have the available funds to do the big replacements when big hardware and software services are required.
So I don't hear anybody else. I can ask a question, and it's to do again, Cindy. I'm sorry, I'm confused about this COVID piece. You've got it in the expenditures here, but it's not anywhere in recoveries or in revenues. But the revenues from the county of Middlesex is down. So I'm just, I guess I'm assuming that that's going to be in. Where does that offset come, and why wouldn't we do it for everything like the library as well? Like, I mean, wouldn't it be clearer to know on the budget where that comes from and where it goes from? And it should match each other. So like if you're saying the COVID program, we need $30,000 in order to cover that. Are we getting that funding from somewhere else to cover it, or how does that work?
Yes, through the warden to Councillor Vanderheyden. It's only library and ITS that actually put a piece of COVID in their actual budget. The other departments didn't put it in. Because COVID dollars is temporary and one time, we haven't put the revenue or the expenditures actually in the budget, which is consistent with other municipalities. However, because I said those two departments put it in, what I decided to do was leave the expenditure. And if you look at the bottom of that recap report that I show you, which shows all of the departments, plus other things such as reserves, you will see a line that's for COVID. So it's for $60,052 and $30,052 of that is Chris's budget that he has in ITS. So it is in the ITS budget, but the revenue is just being shown later in our report, which is part of that budget recap. They're the only two departments that are like that. Nobody else has COVID dollars built into the budget.
If I may, through the warden, it's more comment, I think, than question now for me, and that is I expected a bigger impact this year in financial cost to go into all our licensing and all of our COVID things. And I want to actually put out a shout out to the IT department. I was expecting a bigger impact with COVID than what we actually seen. And this is one department that I think runs very efficiently, and it's for the county, for land ambulance. It's really improved their streaming. And I know from our local municipalities, and I want to get a chance to say kudos to that team. And that includes Morgan, of course, and Chris and all the people involved in that. I just wanted to make that comment here while we're working on that.
Thanks, Brian. Okay, are there any other comments or questions? Okay, is that it then, Chris?
That's it on my side. And if there's nothing else, no other questions or comments.
So just, I guess, like I said, after Lindsay presented, if, you know, you go home I guess you are home. But if you reopen your binder tonight again and look at something and you've got a question, make sure you submit it to Chris and Cindy, and then we can get that cleared up too as you reflect on what's been presented. Okay. Awesome. Thanks so much, Chris.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good rest of the day.
Thanks. Okay, so I guess that takes us to the community transportation presentation. And we have an old friend joining us to help us with this presentation. So, and I'm glad, Morgan, that you've come back to help present and support Cindy with this, because we know how instrumental you were in the development of the program. So it's great to see you, and thanks very much for coming, and I'll hand it over to you.
Well, thank you, Madam Warden, and through you to the Budget Committee. I'm happy to be back. This is kind of part of the other side of the transition. A couple of things left to do, and then you probably won't hear from me for a little while, unless I'm bugging you from below. So Cindy and I were talking about community transportation recently, so we put together a bit of a presentation for you, just to kind of highlight one of the services that we've been working through in the last couple of years. So Greg, if you can hit next slide there. So what is community transportation? Really, it's an inter-community bus transit system, which is connecting various communities along a fixed route. This program is administered by Middlesex County. We have received funds by the province, so it's paid fully 100% by the province. In 2019, I believe, early in 2019, we went through a RFP for a service operator, and we landed on Voyago as that service operator. So Middlesex County oversees the entire system. Voyago operates the system or the buses, including hiring and onboarding of drivers or otherwise, and it's paid for by the province. This microtransit system connects the communities of Thames Centre with Woodstock and London. So a little bit of history I touched on earlier, but in April 2018, county received a letter confirming its eligibility for funding under the intercommunity community bus transit stream of up to $1.5 million. In July of 2019, the county received the program transfer agreement, and in that same month, County Council approved the Community Transportation Grant Program Transfer Payment Agreement. So after some ups and downs, in September of 2020, we launched the first phase of the implementation of the microtransit system. So why have a microtransit or community transportation system in Middlesex County? Well, really, it goes back to community need. Over the last number of years, a number of studies that we've received, experience and observations, we've really seen service retrenchment into larger urban centers. So we're seeing services taken out of rural Ontario, and they're centralizing into larger urban centers. We know, and we've heard from a lot of community groups, that there is just a general lack of available transportation across the county. And really what we wanted to focus on is getting workers into the county, as we have a number of vacancies that we would like to fill. So what does this translate to? It translates to an audience of youth, seniors, employment, and other vulnerable communities and individuals. And this is the group or the focus of the community transportation service provision. As you know, I always like going with a slide of guiding principles. This helps to kind of focus staff and really counsel on what we're trying to achieve. So we wanted to build a sustainable system. We knew that we needed flexibility or some form of way to adapt to the changing needs of the service. We wanted to make sure that we were looking into the future through a future-proofing lens. Again, we really drove this project through a community focus, and that was through various community and business engagement exercises. And of course, we wanted to look through the lens of a partnership and collaboration, because we have a number of community partners and municipal neighbors and folks that really come together to create a well-rounded community transportation service. So with regard to community transportation, this is really our opportunity to listen to the community. We spent a lot of time with Mayor Warwick and Deputy Mayor Elliott and their communities, including their businesses and residents. We had a very successful survey response, so that told us something. Folks are extremely interested in transportation or rural transportation. We really took what we heard from the community and applied it to our program. And of course, we want to make sure that we have ongoing dialogue with the community, and we've seen this in subsequent surveys that we've released just to better understand, how the system has been designed to date and how it needs to be changed, or what kind of flexibility we need to create within the service. And of course, we've worked with our neighbors and our community partners, being Oxford County, including Zora Township and Ingersoll, the London Transit Commission, Woodstock Transit, Fanshawe College, Western University, and then some private partners in Masonville Mall and Argyle Mall. So who does this service? Well, really it's residents, businesses, and visitors of Thames Centre, Woodstock, and London, with, again, a focus on our vulnerable populations and working individuals. So that's really what guided our routes and our schedules. Our schedules are based on getting folks to and from work, or other things like appointments, leisure, and recreation. It resulted in 2 routes that connect Thames Centre with Woodstock and the City of London. Our hours of operation are generally Monday to Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. and then again 3:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. So again, we're trying to get people to and from their communities to work or otherwise. Of course, we wanted to make sure that our service was fully accessible. So it is AODA compliant, and each microtransit bus has the ability to carry 10 ambulatory passengers and 2 wheelchair spaces. So there's one typo there, that 1 should be a 2. So the current state of the system, so we're really in a holding pattern due to COVID-19. We've heard COVID-19 a lot today, I'm sure. So the province did send us a note to say that this service is really to be used for essential travel only, so just to maintain course. Now with the restrictions changing, I'm sure we're going to receive different communication. We're currently monitoring and evaluating the service. Again, it goes back to those guiding principles of adaptability and community engagement, and really understanding how the service should be developed and implemented so that it continues to be successful. We're working through developing a marketing campaign, and there's really 2 perspectives on this. A marketing campaign from a revenue perspective, so we can get local businesses or other partners, private sector partners, on the side of the bus to drive revenue for the system, and that leans back into that guiding principle of sustainability. But it's also about awareness of the service. So we need to make sure that folks are aware of the service, they know that it's out there, they can depend on it, and it's reliable. Because if it's not any of those things, it's not going to get used, especially if you're going to go to school or go to work. Of course, we're going to continue to work collaboratively with SCORE, and this is with respect to attaching to collaborative procurement, information sharing, or other learning opportunities with regard to community transportation. The budget committee may remember that council had signed a MOU with SCORE just to work within that community transportation space. So of course, under that other guiding principle of future proofing, we always want to look forward to see what residents of Middlesex County, Thames Centre, or other communities in Middlesex County are really looking for. We believe that we're going to see a shift from a fixed route to a flex route. And really what a flex route means is that you'll dip in and out of various communities or various neighborhoods along a line, so that you can pick up individuals closer to where they live, rather than focus them on walking up to so many meters to a bus stop location. Again, we believe that the system would take shape into an on-demand service, again, so that we can better service the patrons that are using the system. We have a better understanding of where they want to be picked up and when. And then again, we could be looking at a possible hybrid model, which is a blend of that fixed route or flex route with some form of on-demand. Okay, so the other point, the fixed or the flex route. So there could be another model out there where you see local solutions like an Uber or a rideshare type of program that then brings folks to those longer fixed routes for the inter-community transit. So it's kind of a blend of local on-demand transportation that brings you to that fixed route that takes you into that longer travel route. And then with regard to the budget information itself, it's 100% funded by the province of Ontario. We are captured under their intercommunity transit stream. It does cover cost impacts of Temp Center. And really the big one for us is we're seeking an extension of the transit service beyond March 2023. That's when the program is slated to end. We had a late start due to COVID-19. We do have a year or two, Cindy, maybe you can correct me, in extra dollars to extend beyond that March 2023. So we really want to make sure we capitalize on that opportunity. And I'll leave it open for any questions or comments, discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Morgan. I know I'm looking forward to when I can actually do the loop. I had every intention of getting on and doing it, but then of course, having to respect essential use of it. I don't think me just riding around the county would be considered essential, but looking forward to that day. Are there any questions or comments for Morgan on his presentation?
I have something, Kathy. It's Joanne.
Oh, I'll go to Allison first, Joanne, and then I'll go to you.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
No worries. Yeah, thank you, and through the warden, and again, thanks again to Morgan and Cindy for being so faithful with this project in these difficult times. I don't think there could be a worse time to launch a micro transit system where you depend on getting on a bus with a bunch of strangers than these COVID times. But I think you know, looking at the future, looking to change from fixed to flex is going to really benefit our rural residents. And I know that the support that's been shown by our different levels of government, it's not going to go away. And, you know, by remaining close to the ear of the residents and seeing what's working, which is what we're proposing to do within the next year, is seeing what's working, what's not working, and being flexible to change. I think it's going to be a huge success and a revolutionary time for residents in the country. And, you know, even to the example of being able to adapt our buses to take people to the mass vaccination center that we see today, like just being able to have that flexibility will be wonderful. And that's just for taking them.
Thanks, Allison. Joanne?
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to mention that I think this is working really, really well. I know the one that you have there and the one that we have from Sarnia to London is I know that the numbers are coming through fairly strong considering we're in a pandemic. So this is one of those things that we have to really pay attention to. And what else does our county need to connect to where they need to connect, whether it's to London or anywhere else? The province has a task force in place right now. It's connecting Southwestern Ontario. I had a great conversation yesterday, a Zoom meeting with Mayor Mike Bradley in Sarnia, and I also had another one with Mayor Kenneth from Chatham-Kent, because it's not just about trains. It's about trains, planes, automobile, buses. How do we get people from point A to point B? And how do we connect rural and small urban to centers where they have to go for their doctor's appointments or school or work, et cetera, et cetera. So if anybody has any ideas or thoughts on what I actually sit on that committee, if you could give me that, then I could.
I think she's frozen.
Maybe just take her video down. What I mean by that is like ask her to not have the video on and just there, she's done it herself.
No, sorry, I could actually bring that to the table and then somebody get me some good broadband connection.
That's next, yeah.
I've been kicked out a number of times.
I might just jump on what, you know, Joanne has said. And I mean, certainly this task force that was announced, I think is a great step in connecting everybody. But I think the key is we can't lose sight of this bus feature. It is not just trains, and transportation is connecting communities. And I mean, and when I say we, I'm talking about Luke and Badolf. We just were presented by the Lambton Shores group because their transit system runs through Lucan down to London, which is great. I mean, you know, extremely excited about it. It's much like how we, and when I say we, this time it's the county, extended our run, you know, over to Zora and talked to Ingersoll and those and looked at how we can connect our neighbors that way. So it's operating the same way. It's no cost to loop it off. We just put the stop up and they stop. So it's great. But to Joanne's point, and Allison, it's how can then the Huron Shores transit system then connect to the Middlesex Connect one, and then connect to the Strathroy, so that it is a whole regional approach, so that maybe Middlesex Connects doesn't have to have the answer for all of the communities, but working together, you can be accessible to everybody. And I'm really looking to see how that conversation goes and how that can be developed over the next couple of years, because that'll be key. That's key to this whole plan for sure. Anything else? So who's taking over? I think Cindy said Kara's going to help on this project.
Yes, through the warden. Yes, definitely. We what Morgan talked about was that phase 1, and as we go to phase 2, we really want to pull on that economic development and really reaching out to business. So yes, Kara has agreed to join me and move this project forward. And again, I would like to thank Morgan, because it took a lot of work to get this system up and going, and I do really appreciate that support.
Yeah, and then the other piece to that puzzle, of course, Warden, is that when we hire our legislative services director or manager, whatever the title is going to end up being, there'll be a component of this in there as well to help project manage. But I think your first statement is correct. We just saw so much economic development impact and connection to the community as part of phase 2 that Kara was a natural fit in phase 2 to be doing some heavy lifting here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if I can make one other comment, it would be nice to be also have that link with tourism. So we're going to focus on that as well.
Great. Okay. I guess that's it, Morgan.
Okay, thanks so much.
Yeah. Thanks for coming.
Take care, everybody.
So we're back again after a brief recess to our county budget committee meeting. And at this time, I'd like to welcome the team from Middlesex London Paramedic Services. And it's great to have you guys with us. And I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and to the Budget Review Committee. Thank you for the ability to present the Middlesex London Paramedic Service 2021 budget discussion. So I'll just maybe ask the team here that's in the room just to quickly introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Madam Warden and the rest of the committee. Deputy Chief Mike Langeway, Professional Standards.
And good afternoon, Mike Burko, Deputy Chief, Operations, Logistics.
Good afternoon, Colin Heisey, Administration and HR.
Thanks much. So I'll walk through the slides if that's okay with everybody. And so the first one, just about the 2020 service highlights. So over 330 full-time and part-time paramedics. In 2020, our call volume was 90,590 calls. That's what we call our code 1s to 8s. Of note, there was a 5.28% reduction in our 2020 call volume. This is due to the abnormality that we're dealing with under COVID, and we sort of had discussions throughout the 2020 year on what was not only being seen here in Middlesex London Paramedic Service, but throughout the province of Ontario with other paramedic services, and also as well with emerged departments. During 2020, we had 28 units, so 28 ambulances on during our peak time periods. And during our lowest call volume, we had 17 units on. So that's city and county together. We operate, as you know, out of 13 stations. During 2020, we had the specialized paramedic bus, which has been operating to support during COVID-19 and other operations. Our community paramedicine program, which is externally funded at 100% funding, expanded and certainly provided a lot of additional support for COVID throughout the year. As well as we continue to provide support through the specialized bariatric transport unit, as well as the specialized neonatal intensive care unit, which again is 100% funded by the Ontario government. So just a high level, our current and future opportunities. So one of the areas known to this group and to County Council, direct delivery of land ambulance dispatch to gain system improvements, as well as improved processes and acting as a system navigator. Another area, community paramedicine programs that provide patients with improved and enhanced coordination and access to the care that addresses the local needs. We're obviously seeing changes within the provincial healthcare landscape through the formation of Ontario health teams and the potential role for paramedic services and what they may provide in the future. Our ongoing partnership with the Canadian Mental Health Association on the diversion project, which has been ongoing for a couple of years, and we're seeing definitely benefits of that, as well as being engaged in pilot programs at reducing paramedic wait times in the emergency department. And that is the Fit to Sit program, which allows our medics to offload right to a chair in the waiting room versus on the stretcher in the hallway. Lastly, Middlesex Law and Paramedic Services engaged in COVID-19 testing, assessments, and we're, as of today as well, we're in Mount Bridges at the vaccination site that was up and running today, as well as the Agriplex as well, and we'll have an expanded role in the coming weeks ahead. 2021 financial challenges. Obviously, provincial funding uncertainty is an area that we talk about every year. For this year as well, we're dealing with insurance costs, which are rising, as well as COVID-19 and associated funding uncertainties as we continue to work through this global pandemic. Supply chain uncertainties, again, is always a risk as we continue with COVID. Additional training costs to meet clinical and occupational health and safety guidelines, as well as presumptive PTSD legislative cost. The Budget Review Committee is also familiar with the one-year funding lag by the Ministry of Health, so we're always a year behind. This year as well, coming into 2021, we do have unknown wage increases. Our collective agreement expired December 31st, 2020. So we will be going into collective bargaining, and obviously the outcome of that is yet to be determined. And when you look at comparison with other city emergency services, we're not supported by development charges. The capital is not traditionally included when we're talking about the city budget. It is rolled up in our budget when we present it. And obviously, collective agreement costs are not traditionally included in the city budget. We roll everything up when we present it to the city, and it's the same for the county on that. 2021 budget pressures, obviously call volume, we are still seeing it increase, and we expect in 2021 and our out years to increase. Offload delays as well. We are seeing offload delays continue to increase. The provincial funding uncertainty, and then again the continued impact on COVID. The other area as well, which we talked about earlier on budget pressures, fleet and liability insurance. We'll talk about that in some details, as well as presumptive legislation, PTSD, and its cost on our system, as well as increasing system size. So as we increase in call volume, we increase in staff, we increase in vehicles, we're also increasing risk mitigation requirements as well. So I'm going to get Colin to maybe walk us through a bit of the 2021 draft budget, and I'm going to give credit here. Colin's done a lot of hard work on this and has been our main lead working with Cindy and her team at Treasury on this. So Colin.
Thank you. Yeah, so through the warden, some of the main highlights and changes to the 2021 proposed budget include, firstly, the addition of 3 new 12-hour ambulances to address call volume in the City of London. Increases also reflect additional costs for payroll, employee benefits to support the proposed staffing level increases. There's also proportional increases in vehicle operational costs, which would be commensurate to the enhanced fleet size proposed in 2021. We also have further investment in 2021 in field training and paramedic education. And as the chief mentioned earlier, there are increases in our corporate insurance program as we're seeing a rise in insurance rates. Additionally, we have training costs for paramedic that was previously highlighted to meet clinical guidelines and health and safety requirements. We have consumable and medical supplies and equipment. There are some increases there, primarily to address call volume, supply chain uncertainty, and patient care requirements. And finally, just we have additional costs for rent and operational support expenditures that would be consistent with our lease obligations. And then finally, a few increases that just to bring your attention to support paramedic operations. We have ongoing support of peer support team training, strategic planning investments, administrative and employee services support, and finally, additional resources for paramedic mental health. We continue to make investments in this proposed budget. The three points on our key capital investments in 2021. Firstly would be our life cycle replacement of equipment and fleet renewal, primarily the purchase replacement of emergency vehicles, and secondly, replacement of computer hardware as per life cycle renewal timelines. And that would bring us to our next slide, our final slide, which just shows an overview of the cost summaries, each cost center, a comparison between the 2020 approved budget and the proposed 2021 budget. So the final slide, if I can just briefly bring your attention to this. So the future of EMS. So there's 5 points there that we listed just for your information. So dispatch reforms provincially, Ontario Health and community paramedicine expansion, EHS modernization, implementation of new models of care, and then finally strategic operational planning.
So that's the PowerPoint, Madam Warden. We're certainly happy to provide further details as the committee may have questions or want to go deeper into our budget presentation.
Okay, are there any questions at this stage, or do we just want to get into the meat of it at this point?
I just have one quick question, if I could, Madam Warden. You were kind of mentioning and went over it, and I imagine you'll get to it in the budget, but when you talk about insurance costs, and I'm quite concerned about WSIB and insurance when it comes to presumptive cases of issues with our teams. Now, I'm really happy that you're doing a lot with mental health, because I think that's really, really important, and I think that's something that we really need to make sure that we are on top of. But when presumptive legislation comes down the tubes and we have all these responsibilities that will cost in real dollars, and that's what we're talking about budget right now. We're talking about real dollars. I'm not talking about the human aspect. But how is that going to? Do you have any idea how that's going to affect our insurance or our WSIB rates at all, or is that would just be a guess?
So, Madam Warden, through you to Councillor Vanderheiden, I'm going to ask Colin, who actually deals with this a lot deeper, to talk about the WSIB impact, the ongoing issues that we've had with regards to reserves or issues on it, as well as the renewal this year and the impact that we're seeing with regards to our insurance renewal and the premiums. Colin.
Yeah. So through the warden, the first, just to address the first insurance point, which would be WSIB costs. So we are a Schedule 2 employer with the WSIB, meaning that we are responsible for, we're not on a premium basis, we're responsible for each individual claim up until the age of the employee being 65. So in terms of budgeting, it is a little difficult to forecast the amount of injuries or occupational injuries that may occur, but we do see trends, and that's what we're basing this budget off of. In terms of some of the pressures on WSIB on the long term would be employees that transition out of the workplace that are not able to come back. And, those costs we have to consider on the longer term, as they would retraining costs and whatnot would be captured on the Schedule 2 account. So hopefully that answers the first point and brings some clarity to that. The second point would be our corporate insurance. So provincially, we're seeing escalating costs in public entity insurance all over Ontario. Primarily it's being driven by a lower tolerance of the insurance companies to take on risk, especially in the public entity. Partly to do with our specific insurance this year. A couple of points would be the high kilometers that we have on our fleet. We put over 1 million kilometers a year. So the insurance companies definitely look at the amount of drive time over the year, and also the accident and claims history is a factor. And then finally, it goes back to right now, there seems to be a cycle in corporate insurance where they're taking on less risk in certain situations in the private sector. They're rolling back insurance. They're not covering as much liability. For us, they're not doing that, but we are feeling that in the renewal in premiums.
Does that answer your question, Joanne?
I think we lost her.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. It's there's just so much to it, I know, and it's almost not a fair question, but I just need to keep educating myself on how that reflects. So thank you.
Bill, did you have anything you wanted to add at this point?
Yeah, if it's okay, I just would say to the committee that I probably should share with you a couple of slides we had at the authority board about WSIB, and not only the impact of the PTSD legislation, but also the impact of some positive changes related to stretchers and other things. And so I'll do that. I think it would give Joanne a more fulsome answer to her question about what we're doing to limit risk, and also help understand sort of the trend lines that Colin was mentioning. So I'll endeavor to find those slides with the help of my colleagues, and we'll get them to the committee.
Okay. All right, anything else before I hand it back over? Okay, you guys.
Sorry. So, Madam Warden, that is, for the most part, our budget. Certainly, if there's any other questions, happy to take it. If not, that's the high level of it. Sorry.
Okay, so if anybody had any other dive questions, now would be the time to ask those. Going once, going twice. Okay, all right, thanks. Oh, wait, Cindy?
Actually, I do have a question. In regards to the insurance increases that you're seeing, Neil, Does your budget reflect those, or are those going to maybe be in your pressures that we're going to see towards the middle of the end of the year?
So I'll start, and then Colin may have some more to offer. So thank you for that, and that's a good point. So we did project in the 2021 budget an increase in insurance. Then came the renewal, which caused an additional pressure above and beyond what's already in the 2021 budget of approximately $150,000 more. So we currently have $150,000 pressure that we are going back, subject to what this committee and county council determines at the budget as our funding envelope for 21 to deal with this. Obviously, this is a pressure that's outside of our control. It's due to increase, as Colin said, increased fleet, obviously increased risk and the current marketplace. And as much as we try to reduce and mitigate, a lot of these pressures are outside of our control. So it is a pressure that we're dealing with. And it's approximately, like I said, $150,000 more than was budgeted in the insurance line of the budget.
I actually had oh, Curtis, go ahead.
I was just going to mention, just for anybody that will be on YouTube, wondering why there isn't many questions right now, it's just a reminder that myself, Councillor Ropp, and Warden Burkhart Justin, we are on the authority board for the Middlesex and Paramedic Services. So it may not look like we're asking many questions, but it's because we've seen the budget prior to this and before it came to this committee. So that's why there isn't too many questions right now.
Good point. Good point. Thanks for that, Councillor Smith.
So to that point, I'll ask another question since I don't sit on the authority.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I thought I saw Councillor DeVeet's hand up first. Did you have your hand up, Ina?
Okay.
Yeah. So actually, the cost there should be about 450,000 as opposed to 286. I'm just rounding off and doing this in my head quickly. Is that what you're saying? It's for the 2021 budget, the vehicle insurance line?
Through the warden, yes, that's correct. Yeah. No, sorry.
Does that satisfy you, Ina? You look a little perplexed.
Well, I'm just wondering, so when does that show up in here? Or is this going to be amended to reflect the change that we've just heard about?
So the short answer is the budget that's presented right now, and again, I can stand corrected by Colin, does not reflect the additional pressure because the budget that was presented to the authority board was pre the renewal notice coming in. And we're just identifying it today that it is an additional pressure of 150,000 at this time that is unfunded. But we did not change the envelope or the budget that was presented to the authority board. But we did want to identify it today as a pressure that remains unfunded at this time.
Okay, thank you. Actually, when I saw the 15%, I was surprised because I don't know anyone who's only had a 15% increase.
No, I wish that would be the case, Councillor. Probably make me sleep better at night.
Oh, yeah, but you can't even anticipate these lines. From what I've been understanding, some can't even get insurance. So this is probably a positive. Thank you.
Just before I pass it back over to Joanne, I had a question just about the DCs, because you did highlight it in your opening statement, and we've talked about it at both the authority board as well as it was brought up either with the CCLC or the ambulance MOC, I can't remember. But maybe how can we get on the city's radar for DCs? And is there any further movement in that area?
Yeah, that might be one that I should take, Warden. And you're right, it was at the City County Liaison Committee. It'll be a topic again. We continue to work with the city on trying to get on that. Now, you know as well that they only do that review every once in a while. It's not every 6 months or something like that. So we're definitely on the radar screen with the city on that. There is some information we have to provide to them about how much of our budget is growth related versus how much is regular operating, and we're getting that information to them. And Cindy, I don't know if you have any further updates, but I think that's about where we're at right now. We haven't had much pushback from the city on this, other than that they are willing to look at it whenever we get everything in order for their next review.
Okay. Joanne.
Through the ward, and just two questions. You know, I always expect that these numbers are going to increase somewhat because that's the nature of the business, and you have to keep moving forward. But when I see a decrease in water consumption rate to, like, you're not going to spend anything on water, is that something new, or because I'd like to get away with that in my community? That was on it's under number 5 under facilities.
Just bear with us, Madam Warden and Councillor. I think when we're looking at that, so through you, Madam Warden, to Councillor Vanderheyden, I think when we look at that, a lot of our leases, which are triple net leases, when we get either the hydro or at times the taxes, it's included in that and it's bundled together. So while it's showing $1,000, that's a placeholder that we have right now, but typically we are seeing it through taxes, and I think that's the way it is, either not necessarily budgeted, but the way it's charged when the payments are made. And I'm looking to Colin, he's shaking his head. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is on the next page, and that's under the operations and system support services. Two numbers there. That one, equipment maintenance, it says it's unchanged, yet the variance is 100%. So that's just probably a typo, because you can't have a variance of 100% when you're not making any changes. And then cardiac monitoring maintenance, that piece is going up more than double. Is that because of the equipment? Is that age now where we've got to refit it, or is that because that's quite a jump in the budget?
So I'll start it, and then Colin or one of the DCs may want to add a bit more. So on the cardiac monitor maintenance, we, as you council may remember, we purchased brand new monitors last year, and so therefore the warranty is there for the first year, but we're still responsible for preventative maintenance on those monitors through a service contract with the vendor to ensure that they're operating. And so we also increased from initially, I'm going to say just under 40 cardiac monitors to 60 cardiac monitors as well, which would cause the increase in maintenance and ongoing repairs. In the out years, you'll also see the cardiac monitor maintenance. That line is going to go up because now we're into what we call the preventative maintenance and the extended warranty as well. But for the first year, we're just paying for the preventative maintenance program itself because it does come with a 1-year warranty. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I just had one, Madam Warden. I just wondered if we could have, and Neil, you may have highlighted this, but I just want to make sure everybody knows that whenever we, like, for example, last year we budgeted for a call volume increase that was pretty significant and matched the trend lines that we were seeing. And then it didn't materialize because of COVID. Neil, I just want you to explain a little bit about what we do for cost mitigation in those circumstances, because I hear from people saying, well, you didn't have the same call volume, but you hired all these people and you had all these expenses because you predicted call volume wrong. Can you just sort of give an overview of how you manage that in year?
So I'll start, and Deputy Chief Ops may have some further comments, but at the end of the day, part of the 4-year plan that we are looking at and why we are asking for more vehicles this year is because we were always behind in our unit hour utilization. And that's the number of calls that the employees are doing. And basically there is an optimal point that we want to see them at, which is roughly, I'll say 0.3 to 0.5. And at times our staff are going way above that. So often what we're seeing is missed meal breaks, no time off between calls. They're literally finishing one call at the hospital and then they're being dispatched out again to the next call. There's no breaks for them. It's causing additional, obviously, emotional fatigue, increased sickness, and so on and so forth. So we were already, I'll say, underwater with regards to the amount of vehicles that we should have had on the road with regards to our call volume. So even though it dipped in 2020, the need will continue in 21. We still need to try and rebalance our system because we definitely don't have as many vehicles as we should have to meet our call demand. Even though there was a dip, and I see Deputy Chief shaking his head, so I'll let him maybe comment a bit further on that.
Yeah, just so to the warden, to the rest of the Budget Council, we've already seen even in 2021, we did see those dips in call volume due to COVID. But as soon as we sort of came out of lockdown, just like we are already, we saw call volume has already increased back up to the predicted levels, as well as our offload delay has gone through the roof again. So again, we're seeing even this morning and yesterday we had 19 and 20 patients respectively waiting in Emerge to be sent up to the different floors. So again, that's affecting our offload delay. So we did kind of get a break, but those breaks are short-lived, and we're seeing those increases already again for 2021. And then sort of I guess the last part on that is when we look at the UHA and UHU numbers, to what the chief was saying already, but it's also our ability to respond to major emergencies. So once we get to a certain point above that 0.5, we're not able to actually mount a response if we have a major incident, like the T-Pole terrorists or like those other major incidents where we have to deploy vehicles. We would actually not have anyone to send.
Okay. Any, Cindy? Or Ina? Sorry, Ina, did you have something?
Just a comment. The other problem with that is, of course, then the risk is increased hugely because we'll be an additional 12 months behind.
Yes, correct.
Cindy?
Thanks through the word. I just wanted to point out for the COVID funding, actually Land Ambulance received their own COVID funding, and they received it in the two pieces. One was the pandemic pay, and the other was the one-time funding. And the one-time funding has gone to the end of January, but I'm not aware of any funding beyond that. And I'm not sure if the chief knows anything different.
So through you, Madam Warden, in response to that, so Cindy is correct that we received one-time funding up till January 31st, 2021. On a recent call with the Assistant Deputy Minister, they did indicate that they are looking at the remaining 2 months of their fiscal year, which is February and March of 21, and outwards. So the expectation, though it's not in writing, is that the province will continue on looking at and potentially funding COVID one-time costs. But they're just trying to reconcile right now what they've funded up to January 31st and to see what differences or what money's been returned. But we are hopeful that we'll continue to see further support into 21 at this time, unless we're told otherwise. But we'll keep our fingers crossed.
Okay, anything else at this time? Curtis.
Just to go off what Councillor Vanderheyden was saying, I think not just that one with the variance percentage, we should look at quite a few of them. I think I don't know exactly what happened, but maybe there's a shift or something, but a lot of the percentages we need to look at to have those corrected.
I could actually speak to that as well because I was involved in this. Sorry, Councillor Smith through the warden. Yeah, the way the sheets were created, there was a formula that indicated the variance increase, decrease, and whether or not it actually indicates that text. If the sheet was modified, there's a good chance that that formula may not have worked. So the dollars should be accurate, but that line to the left may not be. I'll review them and make sure that they are accurate.
That's what I figured. It was probably just a formula issue. So thanks.
Hey, anything else for MLPS? It doesn't look like it at this time. Like I've said with everybody else that's presented, if you go back and review the budget and you've got further questions or comments, please don't hesitate to send them out so that we can get those answered or clarified as we move through. Okay. Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so next we've got planning and woodlots. Are they available, Greg, or are we going to wait on them?
Nobody is available at this time. My guess is that we're a bit early because I think they're scheduled to start at 3.
Okay. All right. So it looks like we've got a bit of a break. Until then, maybe I'll just make note too that Councillor Elliott has joined us as well as an observer. So welcome, Kelly. Thanks for joining us. And just so you know that even as an observer, as you've probably gathered from the discussion that's gone on, you can ask questions if you've got any as we work through. Other than that, I guess we'll see everybody around 3 o'clock. Okay. Well, welcome back to our County Budget Committee meeting. And at this point, I'm happy to welcome Dirk Vanderwerf to our meeting to present to us the Planning and Woodlots budget for 2021. So great to see you, Dirk. Thanks very much. And I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, thank you. I assume, yeah, okay, Greg's going to put up the PowerPoint. So I assume we would run through the PowerPoint and then there is the clean water project memo if we were to talk about that. And then if you had any questions, of course. So if you want to, I'll go through the slides fairly quickly, Greg, because you think you've had a chance to read those. So I think most of you know who we are. There are some new faces. We did have a number of hires last year as we had some staff turnover. So depending on which municipalities they're in, you may not know all the planners, but Mark and Tim and Alex and Teresa and those you'll know from before, I think. In terms of what it is we do, there's sort of the 4 areas and, county planning, which by and large is really a provincial responsibility that's been delegated to upper tiers across the province. We help out with the local planning work, and in that respect, our planners are, function like a local staff person, really. Then there's also the forestry and weeds component, which is the next slide, Greg. And then mapping and GIS, and that's another area where it's a shared service. It's the enterprise license agreement. We can talk about that more later. For GIS software is done as a joint purchase on behalf of local municipalities. So in terms of why we do it, it's an interesting slide and to try to think of an answer on that is, I think we're here to support councils, local and county, and as they make those decisions, which often have those long-term implications about how the communities within Middlesex County grow. COVID, of course, it was a difficult year at times. Development and building, as you all know, has continued and has been very busy. We don't know yet what the long-term planning implications are, but we're certainly seeing glimpses of it, I think, the move to people pushing out of larger urban centers. And there was some interesting material came out of the GTA, I think it was last week, from the real estate folks looking at that and what they think might be those longer term trends. I think the other thing that it's done is it's highlighted something that we knew, but it's really brought it to the forefront, I think, is we need to work more on providing more information so that people can serve themselves, whether it's, and we're doing a lot of this, we're underway, website enhancements, having the zoning available, and then the digital development planning process, and we'll talk about that later. In terms of highlights, as I said, it was challenging, of course, for everyone, and planning was no different. A number of changes, everything from how councils have operated to how we sort of met with people. The province changed the rules a couple of times for planning as we were in mid-stride. But overall, I think we got through it. We did get a couple of sort of foundational projects done in terms of the provincial changes document, and then more recently, the housing forecasts. It has been busy. And then the other thing that I'm kind of delighted with is we were able to fill positions last year. So at the start of last year, we were down a few people. So we filled 5 over the year. And so we're sort of building on that, looking forward to next year. The 4 highlights, being responsive and just keeping pace with development and the way that it's occurring right now. Taking council's strategic planning work and economic development strategic planning work and making sure that the official plan and the policies are aligned with that. The service enhancements, which is I mentioned before in terms of providing more information to the public directly, and then just some clarity on who does what, especially as sort of our staff have changed, and also as some of the local municipal staff have changed, that we need to revisit that. And then the final thing is the municipal modernization and the planning process. And I don't know if you've talked about that program in the IT section of the budget, but in essence, the CEO's working group have identified their top 10 modernization projects. One of them is the digital development planning process, which much in the same way that most municipalities have moved forward with a fully digital building permit process, it would be the same for planning applications so that people can apply, serve themselves, check on it, and it would sort of do that workflow through the process. Challenges, some of the things I've already mentioned, and just the development pressure and expectations, and meeting those expectations, and then staff maturation, if I can say that correctly, just as they get more time under their belts, especially for our planners. It does take a little while, the way we do things, and we ask a lot of our staff, and to become familiar with each municipality where they work, and this local staff, councils, and how they operate, that there is a bit of a learning curve there. In terms of the highlights of the budget, current staff and service levels, funds were not included for the municipal modernization project, and there is anticipation, and Chris is working on this right now. Chris Bailey is on application for higher level funding. The budget does include $30,000 for the clean water project, and I hope, Cindy, that went out. I did send a memo that talks a little bit more about that project. And so, Cindy, did that go out? I'll take that as it.
I don't think so, actually.
No. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Dirk, I believe that was, sorry, through the warden to you. We did include it in the budget package, and I could share it if you'd like. I don't know if that's something you want to bring up, or.
Well, maybe if it wasn't real obvious, I'll just spend a couple of minutes talking about it then. But it's up to you, Madam Warden.
Well, I mean, I've seen it in the budget highlights.
So I guess in essence,
oh, I see the memo now. I see it. I do.
The memo really just, we were asked to look at some other options, and we are back, and we do for the best. We do think it's a good bang for the buck. It's a local program that I think achieves real world results on the ground, and so we are recommending that if council wishes to do that, that's the best of the programs. And then the only sort of caveat in the last paragraph was just noting, of course, the conservation authorities are under a period of review, and so they expect the program to run as is for this coming year, and beyond that, it will be looked at as they look at all of their programs. So we don't know what 2022 and beyond would look like for that. But and so that's sort of the high level budgets and items, and then beyond that, I didn't know. I'd be happy to answer any questions or go into any more detail on any of the areas.
Okay, thanks for that, Dirk. And I'll put my 2 cents in right now. I am a big supporter of the Clean Water Program, so I'm happy to see that recommendation in there. Any other or any comments at this point, or do we want Dirk to quickly go through the line by line? I'm seeing a nod of the head from Brian. So maybe we'll do that. And then if questions come along, we can ask you as you're going through.
Okay. So in terms of, I'll just go through the items that are on your screen there, sort of line by line. So they're obviously in terms of revenue, other than the levy, it is really, it's titled subdivision fees, but it's all application fees. And projecting because things are busy, and a slight increase. Overall, our fees are relatively modest, to be frank, and so that has been the direction that we've taken over the years. And of course, what's not shown on here is that there are the local planning application fees. Did a rough number; it's around 500,000 or a little over for last year, certainly. But of course, those are don't reflect it in this budget. In terms of expenditures, so the staffing is the same. There is some increase in there, which is a result of pay equity, union increase, some grid advancements, etc. Overall, I believe it's about 85% of the budget is salary and benefits. And then on top of that, when you add in the GIS enterprise and a few of those things, it's about 95% of the budget are sort of fairly clearly allocated. In terms of operations, the only real change there is we are overdue for a plotter and scanner purchase, and so ITS have found us a price on that, and so the number is included in there, and then we would just wait to see sort of how the changes in terms of office location and whatnot are reflected before we proceed with that. The Middlesex Geography Network is fairly status quo. The number goes down this year because last year was the 5th year. Every 5 years, there is the payment for the swoop aerial photography partnership that the province puts in place. And so that's really the difference there. In terms of the software, this is an area where it's been in place now for a few years, but it's I think 2015 is when we started this. But it's really ramping up, and it's particularly for local municipalities. Everything from the PSAB and how they do their asset management stuff, it all relates to the mapping, and even the building permit things. Like it used to be like, so on Sunday, the system had a glitch, and so then we're getting contacted by the building inspectors from Mid-Center because people are applying for a permit on Sunday even, and they can't get it to work because the mapping system it had a glitch. So it is one of those things that is increasingly, I guess, being used, and sort of that, although the funds aren't changing, it's being leveraged much more. Legal services, there's a small number in there. We use process servers, or sometimes we need an expert. That number is, of course, greatly reduced since in-house legal was brought in board. I think in the past it was as much as 70,000 on a busy year, so that's a significant change. Special projects, the number is 35,000 is proposed, and that is to undertake a number of things, but the primary thing this year would be to sort of get the county's official plan update across the finish line. I mentioned this already in the summary. There's the council strategy and the economic development implementation. There's the ag study or agricultural policy review, I should say, and a few other areas that we would proceed with over the next few months, with the goal of having an official plan amendment drafted in before council. COVID is no real numbers for this particular budget. And Woodlands, salaries and benefits, no real change. There's actually a slight, and I apologize, Cindy, I didn't notice it till I was reviewing this again last night. There's a slight understatement in that. I think a little bit of money was put in planning salary as opposed to Woodlands. I know I reviewed all the stuff that Deb did, so I didn't catch that. But I think the absolute number is the same. It's just it's missed a little bit in where we put that. And then Woodlands operations, a relatively modest number. There is a little bit more that we do in terms of on the capital side. So there's a couple of tenders that are about to go out. There's some, limited trail maintenance. We're always working to block the access points to the Woodlands to motor vehicles. And it seems like the last year people are busier down there, to be honest. People have some time and are both on the positive side taking advantage of it and on the negative side taking advantage of it. And then the last thing for sort of money-wise is the Fragmites. You recall that we did a pilot last year with the Transportation Department. We'd like to continue that. Not a huge budget item, but at least along the concession drive and another spot in front of the county woodlands just to sort of stop it from continuing. So, Madam Warden, that's a real quick high-level overview, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay,
Thanks for that, Dirk. So any questions or comments coming from Dirk walking us through these numbers? Brian.
Okay, thank you, Dirk. You answered most of my questions about special projects and the salaries on the woodland. You answered to those. Just a little more on the trail, if you can. For the operations, you're saying 15,000. So you're finding it a lot bigger problems at the county level as well for trails and how people are using them?
Yes, I think for sure we've just more people have been out, and we didn't close our trails during COVID. We put some warning stuff up, but where a lot of places did, and so like Lambton did, and anyways, a number of places did, and so I think that might have pushed some people seeking another location. And then also, I'm not sure if we've certainly had an uptake in garbage disposal there, and so Mark works away at that. And I don't know if it's just access to the dump or if it's, I don't know, sure what's going on. But so we do try to, people tend to like to back in where they can kind of not be seen while they're doing what they obviously shouldn't be doing. So we try to block those as much as possible with some concrete barriers so that people are on the road and they seem less likely in those cases to dump stuff. But it's a constant battle.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else, Curtis?
Just two questions. So the first one, it's a very small one. So under other, which is for the revenue. So the sale of maps and sale of signs, which, and I know that it's only $1,000. I'm just more curious. So what is that?
Yeah, so there's, it's not a huge number, but we do, sale of signs is, loggers have to put up a sign when they're going to undertake logging, and we I think it's $10 or something like that. It's basically almost just it's just cost recovery. So we do charge for those, and then sale of maps. There's the odd OP document and whatnot we sell, but it's really road maps. And we still, and we're actually going to do a reprint this year. We still get a lot of demand for physical roadmaps. And I would have thought by now we'd be all digital, but there's a lot of people that still like to have that. So we do, and we don't get a lot of money from it. And so there's a few little things like that that are sold.
Okay. And I was wondering if it was the roadmaps, and I wasn't sure if that, obviously it's in your planning department. I just assumed those may have been in Kara's budget, but that it's wherever it comes from. It's all from your third floor on that side of the county building. So
it is amazing. It is amazing though, if we have an issue, like let's think of an issue that's agriculture related, like a farm tax, where there's a lot of people that may come into hear council. Often I get asked a farm tax question and where can I get a map on the way out the door from the people that come. It's amazing to me that there's so many people that, as Dirk said, in a GPS world, those maps are extremely popular, because I'm like Dirk, I thought we would have stopped printing them now. But even the map that Kara did, and she's going to talk about the food map, you couldn't keep those in stock. Like I was talking to the folks out at Heman's, and they had the little holder there and there's none. And they go, Bill, as soon as we put them out, they're gone. And so it's pretty interesting that there's still a lot of people that want those.
And then the second question, if I could. It was a question actually from my Allied Metcalf Council, and we were talking during our budget process. And I guess this is probably more for Cindy, but I was just wondering, once our county budget is approved, could you come up with the numbers that is allocated for specifically the planning department and the local services? So then, because it's all based off of what our assessment is and the levy is for each lower tier municipality. But we were interested in knowing what that percentage was, or what that dollar amount is that goes specifically to planning. So then we can look to see if our planning application fees match with what we're paying in the county levy. Does that make sense to you?
I guess I can answer that question. Yes, you're just asking for the percentage of the levy. And then you would just take that percentage of the levy and multiply by the total planning cost or any other department that you want. Yep, I can do that for you.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
I guess to that, can you do that then for all the municipalities? That's a great question. Yeah.
Well, we sometimes do a list, but we'll maybe put it in the budget document where we do a list of what the percentage breakdown is, and then we can just have it multiplied by on that one page.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Joanne, I saw or Brian, I'll go to Brian and then Joanne.
Thank you. I just had one other question, and it's not a lot of money, but it is traveling expenses. You have the same amount down for budgeting in 21 as 20, and I assume 20 was a very low year for traveling expenses.
Yes, we were, I don't know what the actuals are, to be frank, today, but our mileage is down because they're going to less, like planners are going to less council meetings. We're still doing our site visits. I'm a big believer in seeing the property before you finalize your report. So they are doing that, but it is absolutely less kilometers. And then even Mark, there was a period there, he's still doing all his NOI, his notice of intent visits and whatnot, but his mileage is less. But not knowing what next year sort of looked like, I was just basing it on what we had typically used in the past.
Okay.
We kind of expect next year to be an inverse of this year a little bit. Like there's lots of traveling in the beginning, not so much at the end. This year it might be the inverse, not much at the beginning, lots at the end, because we're going to have lots to catch up on.
But we don't actually have here what our costs were for last year, do we? In this is just the budgeted amount, not the actuals.
Correct. You don't have, in some cases, there is some actual shown, but if you want, I can get you that.
Well, it was just a question. It's not a lot of dollars. I understand that. It was just a question on it. Thank you. No, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, Joanne.
Okay, I have a question on the memo that was sent out with the Clean Water Project, and I also agree that the Clean Water Project has done a lot of good over the money that they can get on top of what we've put in. I think has done it well for the farmers and the different things that they were using it for. My interest was in what Mark was talking about with the Canada's plan to plant 2 billion trees, and then all the different organizations that were working on that, and the creation of Middlesex tree planting program. Well, I know we do not have a tree planting program unless I missed something along the way. So is this something that we're going to be looking at down the road? Because, you know, we do have a lot of trees removed, and I know that we've got things in place as we had in the last meeting where they're to replant, but that's just to keep everything's even. What about, you know, planting more and having that opportunity for our rural area? So I'm interested in that, and I'm not sure where that would go, but anyway, that's my question.
Well, if I could speak briefly to that to start with. I guess that's the third paragraph in there. So those are the other programs that Mark looked at. The Canada's plan for 2 billion trees, that's part of the carbon footprint reduction. It's something that it's kind of interesting when you read about it. Actually, they've announced it a number of times. It isn't actually sort of up and there's nothing happening yet, to be frank. Forest Ontario is a program that's ongoing, but it's a program that is often leveraged through the Clean Water program. So a lot of those funds are being realized locally. Alice, Middlesex has got a little different, it's another good local program, a little different approach. And we looked also whether if council wanted to, you could just engage the conservation authorities to just do more tree planting directly. And then what Mark did is the Middlesex tree planting program would be if the county wanted to establish a new program. So we looked at a couple of examples. I think Caledon was one of them. And to be frank, they tend to be, they're fairly large dollar projects. Like they tend to be larger sort of GTA or near GTA areas. So at least when we got looking at it, we thought rather than sort of creating another intake or another program, that the Clean Water program is by and large achieving a lot of those things. So we thought that it's a better use of our recommendation anyways, is that it's a better use of money to continue with that program as opposed to creating a different program.
I understand the concept and I understand your rationale. That's not a problem. It's just that down the road, maybe this is something we need to keep in our back pocket because we have no control over what any of these other organizations are doing and whether they actually are planting trees in Middlesex County. We don't know because unless they give us a report saying they planted this amount of acreage or whatever, we really don't know. And, if there's money out there that's being fed to us from the federal government or elsewhere, who best to know where to plant things than the county itself. But anyway, just keeping that in mind.
Plus we have the land, right? Like we already have the forests.
Well, I think too with what what Dirk's memo says, that, you know, who knows with the changes in the conservation authorities, what's going to happen to that clean water program. And at that point, is that something that maybe we might be interested in taking on and expanding ourselves, right?
Yeah, a lot of counties have done it that I recall. When I say a lot, I know of 3 that have done it on a 1-year basis. Our goal for this year is to plant X number of trees. I remember Wellington did that, Dirk. Do you remember that? They had a big tree planting push for a while, and they were providing saplings and different small trees to residents even to help increase the number of trees planted. So we can look at all those programs, but I think everybody's right. I think that's the type of program that will be in peril at conservation authorities, and we need to find an alternative.
Yeah. Okay, anything else for Dirk? Okay, just a reminder, if anything comes to mind, to put that down and get it off to Dirk and Cindy after you've kind of digested what's been presented. All right, thanks so much, Dirk.
Okay, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yep, thanks. All right, I guess Kara's up next, and we'll probably just have to wait for her for a minute. Greg, I think.
Yep, she's actually joining right now.
Oh, she's just joining now. Good.
I sent everyone a link to the program I just mentioned in the chat. It's called the Green Legacy Program in Wellington.
Okay, well, so next on our list is economic development. And of course, that is Kara Finn. So thank you, Kara, for joining us. As you can see, we've got the committee and we've got 3 others observing and participating when they have some questions or concerns. So at this point, I will hand it over to you. Oh, and before you start, I should have done it on Tuesday because I had a note, but I will do it in March. And Bill actually mentioned the culinary guide. Economic development just won a big award through EDCO. And I don't have it right in front of me, but you can give the title of the award, but it has to do with the development of it's a tourism award through EDCO, and it has to do with the culinary guide. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yes, I have it right here in my office here at home. They delivered it last week. So it is the Tourism Product Development Award for Rural Ontario on behalf of EDCO. So a nice award, and it actually made it on CTV News even yesterday. Yeah. So that was really cool to see. A nice highlight for our businesses during a really tough time. So thanks so much. Cindy, is someone sharing the presentation? Perfect.
Yes. Yep.
Greg behind the scenes. Wonderful.
And you can just tell them when you want to do next to go to the next screen.
Okay, great. So thanks so much, everyone. I'll try not to take up too much of your time. I'm sure it's been a long day, and I know you had some exciting announcements with the opening of the vaccination clinic this morning. So as you know, Economic Development Department really promotes Middlesex County as an ideal place to establish and grow their business while enjoying a high quality of life. And the department's main objective is to really nurture and attract private sector investment, creating jobs and maintaining those jobs, and ultimately increasing the tax base. Visitor attraction is also carried out by our department, which acts as the DMO for the county. Next slide, please, Greg. So the Department of Economic Development really has 4 main functions as I see them in supporting tourism and economic development. The first is to provide research and information management, which we do on a large scale, marketing and communications, which of course everyone knows is a big piece of our job, business retention in terms of dealing with the businesses that are already located and investing here. And then finally, a big piece is investment attraction to bring new business into the area. Next one. So why we do it? So economic development at the upper tier municipal level is really vital to the promotion and stability and growth, and to encouraging strong, cohesive lower tier municipalities as well as working together with regional partners that contribute positively, obviously, to the global economy and on a national scale as well. The ultimate goal is to attract people, to draw, retain, and grow viable businesses. And this goal requires extensive efforts to really balance and maximize land, space, infrastructure, and assets together, which shape and form the function of the community for future generations. And of course, we do that in concert with all of the other departments at the county. In terms of COVID impact, of course, like most of our departments, all of our staff have been working at home since March of 2020. We do have one staff member who's just been coming into the office once per week to ensure that packages get sent out. We respond to anything that comes in by mail. During that time, of course, we worked very closely with the warden as well as members of council and members of the business community and lower tiers in creating and executing the Economic Resiliency Task Force. They, of course, implemented and adopted an action plan, which we continue to operate from. We've also obviously had a lot of reliance on our department to provide business resources and updates with respect to COVID-19 and all of the restrictions and impacts on the business community. We've shifted our services over the course of this last year to include funding, grant administration, tourism product development, such as things like the culinary guide, and also increased marketing to assist hard-hit sectors. Of course, tourism and hospitality being some of those hardest hit. We've seen an increase, if you will, in site selection inquiries over the course of the last year. That's been a common and interesting thread, and I've worked together with a number of our lower tiers on those inquiries. Greater need, of course, as well for lower tier economic development support. And we've been working very hard with many of our communities on the community improvement planning, which many of them have completed or just about to complete the implementation of. We've also been working on industrial land development and analysis and some similar projects. We've also been pivoting some of our planned projects. Obviously, we're known for doing a lot of tours. We've been shifting and pivoting that effort towards video production and virtual tours. We've done our workshops via online learning, etc. Ultimately, we've had a cost savings as a result of trade show and convention cancellations, which significantly reduced travel and associated expenses over the course of 2020. So just some overall highlights, I guess, with respect to COVID supports, the whole work of the Economic Resiliency Task Force, creating the website and the resource kits, a very well-received Middlesex Strong campaign, which continues and has basically provided the foundation for many of the efforts that have taken place, both at the county and lower tier level over the course of the last year. In terms of tourism development, we've done product development, including mapping and culinary guides, experiential tourism as well, to help our operators to pivot their operations as well. We've had the very successful administration of the Tourism Relief and Recovery Fund, which basically tripled our tourism budget for 2020. We also acquired the Tourism Adaptation Fund. This was a partnership between ourselves, prioritized with Windsor, Essex, the City of London, and Sarnia Lambton. And although much of that remains confidential, I can tell you that the administration of that has just been completed. All grants will be awarded as of tomorrow. And I'm very excited to say that Middlesex County received the same funding level as did those other areas. So the City of London, Sarnia Lambton, and Windsor, Essex. Economic development wise, There's been that considerable work on CIP development and redevelopment in 5 of our lower tier municipalities. Much of that work would not have taken place without the support of the county. Very successful business retention. Really, we're sitting very well coming out of some of the restrictions of the pandemic in terms of the retention of our businesses throughout our communities. Investment attraction is strong, and our sector partnerships can be commended this year, particularly ones in areas such as agriculture and tourism. We also developed a completely new economic development strategic plan in basically a 3-month period at the end of 2020. Not an easy task with everything else going on. In terms of workforce development, this year passed as well. We were able to acquire and implement funding from OMAFRA's RED program for our 2020 action plan. Cindy is my co-chair on that partnership, which has been very effective over the course of the last few years. And that doubled our workforce strategy budget for 2020. We also had successful work in Middlesex campaigns. We were engaged in job fairs, albeit on the virtual front this year. And we have produced a really impressive youth employment video series as well, which will be launching extremely soon. So in terms of 2021 opportunities, the first and foremost one is to completely align our actions with that of the county strategic plan. And the strengthening the economy piece is obviously one of the main priorities, and we will be responsible for that. And those, of course, are detailed elaborately in our new economic development plan, which was approved by council in December. Other opportunities are to work very closely with our existing businesses to maintain the level of business retention supports, and that includes business outreach and analysis, tourism marketing, and development. We also have an opportunity to work closely with our lower tiers to implement now their economic development strategies, many of them which are new, including industrial land development, community improvement plans, and local projects. And then finally, we have the opportunity, I feel, to partner with our regional investment attraction groups to bolster and share further opportunities. In terms of challenges, first of all is obviously dealing with the impacts of COVID-19 on our business community and the retention. The second is to deal with existing challenges that were there prior to COVID-19 with respect to our workforce. And those are just being compounded now due to everything from fear in returning to a workforce or pivoting of business and the opportunity for people to engage in jobs in a different way than they were presented a year ago. The other challenge, of course, is the uncertainty of provincial and federal funding. I'll talk a little bit about what we've already been able to secure for 2021, which is fantastic. But there is uncertainty going forward, both positive and negative in terms of opportunities, but also challenge in terms of planning. Industrial land development is becoming an issue in our communities. What already was there is being compounded by the number of inquiries that we have on an ongoing basis. And I can tell you at this time, we are turning people away that would like to be locating their industries in Middlesex County, and we simply do not have the opportunity to place them because of the infrastructure that doesn't exist at the moment. So there is an opportunity, but also a challenge there. Ultimately, we're a very small department. We have limited manpower and resources at this time, so we'll talk about that. And then that's just my humor in terms of hours in the day. Okay, Okay, so in terms of budget highlights, there's not a lot of line items that you're going to be seeing a change in. And so I'll just talk about the highlights overall, and then we can talk about any details that you wish. So as I said already, the budget is really directly aligned with the priority objectives of the recently adopted strategic plan and the new economic development strategic plan, which call for continuation and enhancement of tourism marketing support and expansion of FDI and economic development services at the county level. The 2021 budget places emphasis on business retention and new investment attraction in the wake of COVID-19. It aligns with regional investment attraction agencies as a key component, as well as supporting lower tier municipalities with the CIP implementation and other projects. As I noted earlier, several grants have already been confirmed and will be awarded to the Economic Development Department for 2021. The Tourism Relief and Recovery Funds provided by FedDev continues, and that money is in the budget, what's left over to run to the end of this month. Rural Economic Development Funding grant has already been awarded to us for a new project that we proposed. It's called From Our Hands to Your Table. It's a collaborative project that we launched in partnership with our agricultural producers, as well as our restaurant tourism operators. And we have actually poised this project as a regional with Sarnia-Lambton participating fully along with us. We've also been awarded CAN export funding from Global Affairs Canada for this year to support our foreign direct investment efforts. So ultimately, additional county resources are really required in order to execute these strategic plan objectives and to maintain and continue to build upon the level of supports that were provided in 2020 through the acquisition of federal and provincial grants for the most part. Thanks.
Hey, thank you very much, Kara. Questions, comments on what Kara's presented now? Kara, were you going to go through in greater detail some of the line items? Okay, so why don't we do that, and then as questions come up, we'll just jump in maybe.
Sure. Yeah, I had a couple of questions on her PowerPoint. Could I ask those now, or do you want me to wait?
Yeah, sure, Joanne. Sorry. Yeah, for sure.
That's all right. A couple of things, and they kind of tie together. You were talking about foreign direct investment, which I'm not against foreign direct investment, but if what you said earlier, that we are having challenges with industrial land and we're turning people away, I'm not sure how that ties into trying to get foreign direct investment in our communities when we're already turning people away with the industrial land that we can't supply. And to that point, I still think, I know we in Strathmore-Cardock have industrial land available. So is it the parcels aren't big enough, or what is it that, why are we turning people away when I feel like we still have land? Maybe I'm missing something.
No, you're not missing something, Joanne. It does depend on the lower tier municipality at this time, and certain municipalities are in a different position than others. And of course, I'm working with all of them on that. And my role is really to find the best suited land for them in all of the municipalities. By nature of geography, we do see a lot of requests and inquiries coming in for the east side of the county, which currently we're not able to solidify those requests. We've actually, I'm sure that I think Allison is on the line and can confirm we've virtually sold out of industrial land owned by the municipality in the Thames Centre area, but that doesn't prohibit us from working in other areas, and there still is opportunity for foreign direct investment to come into many of our areas. Lucan has a phase 2 to their project. There are private lands, of course, in the Thames Centre area There's a business park with significant lots available in Glencoe that's been certified. Strathroy, we're working on opportunities, and actually that was my last meeting before coming on to here. Today is working together with Strathroy Caradox team on a most recent inquiry. So we have a lot of work happening in that. We still have a lot of opportunity, but there is a challenge in that we don't always have what we need in terms of servicing available. We also have areas, I believe Ina's on, I can't see her now, but we're working together with Middlesex Center as well on an industrial land availability project at the current time. So it's a double-edged sword in certain respects.
Well, I do understand that we're working for the entire county. I'm not trying to just take Strathroy Caradoc into consideration here. That would be ridiculous of me. I would absolutely not do that. But when you say you're turning people away, that always concerns me. What is it that we need to do so that people don't get turned away?
Right. Well, in some areas, of course, we don't have the zoning. Planning is a consideration, and that's why we've been working really closely with the planning department on several projects to that effect. And as I say, sometimes we have private landowners, of course, that are just unwilling to sell at this time and are sitting on parcels of land that could otherwise be going to development. So there's a lot of those issues across the board in our county right now. And of course, I'm working with them all, whether it be municipal staff, private landowners, investors themselves, to try and make all of that come together. So there's lots of opportunities, but there are some challenges for sure.
Well, just one more follow-up, and I'll quit beating this to death. I think it's an opportunity, and we are a very our tax base is very much residential in Middlesex County, and to build some more commerce or industry, it would be a big benefit, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. But so maybe we need to have some kind of a strategy where we can work together to get that done. And not that I don't appreciate the work you're doing, I totally do. I don't mean it to make it sound like that, but again, back to your comment that, you know, we don't have what people are looking for. Well, what do we need to do to make sure we have that? And I get that's a bigger picture than what we're dealing with now, but I just want to make sure that doesn't fall off the table.
No, absolutely. I completely 100% agree with you, Councillor, and that is one of the things that we need to be working on as we move forward. Yeah. So in terms of
just one sec, Kara, just sorry about that. Just on that note, like, yeah, I mean, to me, I think that's the whole partnership. It's not just the responsibility of the county. It's, I mean, the lower tier municipalities have to take responsibility in that as well. They have to be part of that solution. And I know, knowing that there's been conversations and opportunities come and be lost through Luke and Badolf. So I know the types of conversations that you're having, you know, with our staff. But again, is there something that, you know, regionally we should all be looking at having to provide that maybe we're not? I mean, obviously that's not the discussion for today here, but maybe at some point that is a conversation or something that needs to happen more fulsomely.
No, I completely agree with you. And that's why I have identified it as one of those challenges.
Yeah.
And it has certainly been a year of considerable inquiry and considerable work being done with the lower tier staff to talk about those opportunities, to identify those challenges. And as I say, in some communities, you know, there are different strategies being undertaken at the current time, and each one's a little bit different, but always happy to talk about individual, you know, circumstances, but also it will be definitely one of those things that comes out of our economic development roundtable discussions this year. So completely on point. So to that end, a couple of things that you will see here. There is an increase to the salary line. I think that is identifiable here. One position
Excuse
is.
me, 1 second.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I just want to go back to, I wanted to ask a question about that foreign direct investment before we go too far away from it, if you don't mind. Through you, Warden, how do we measure foreign direct investment? Like, do we have a figure there, or how does that work?
No, we don't have a figure. You know, there are applications in terms of how you can quantify a bit more of that FDI. We have not implemented them at this point. And it's, of course, hard to judge as well when we don't have all of the information. So to the points already been made, we do need to do a better job overall in terms of how we report that investment and where those investments are coming from. Because of course, I don't have all the information about new business that's coming into each of the areas. A lot of that information will come to the lower tier and not necessarily be rolled up. Of course, anything that comes to my information, of course, goes back to the lower tiers. So we have some work to do in terms of that reporting, but it is a difficult task to analyze.
And just to follow up, do you not, I know maybe a little bit off topic for budget discussions, but do you not feel that we are missing out because of the lack of servicing in the industrial lands? Is that what you're finding the problem is?
Yes, it is one of the major considerations in terms of our ability to be able to service some of the investments that are being requested. Servicing is a major consideration.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so in terms of overall changes to the budget, they're really concentrated on just a few lines here. So I'll identify those. In terms of salaries, there are two positions basically that are noted here. One is simply a continuation of the same position that we have funded through provincial and federal grants over the course of the last year and a half. So that role currently is held by Paul Nepigkit. I believe that many of you have met him over the course of the last year and a half. He's done a tremendous amount of work for us on a number of projects, including the culinary guide. And there is a continuation of a similar salary for a tourism marketing coordinator, which would be that role. There is also the addition of an economic development officer position that coming into play halfway through this year. I really see that evolution is necessary for us to be able to engage and achieve many of the implementation action plans that we have laid out for this year, and to align with those strategic plans and to work more so even than we have with our lower tier municipalities as we move forward. So those are the increases there. There are increases that you will see under operations for membership and subscriptions. There is the considered membership in SOMA, the Southern Ontario Marketing Alliance. Aside from the Ontario Food Cluster, SOMA really is the other regional economic development alliance that has been put into play and has been working effectively with many of our neighbors. And you may recall that North Middlesex was a member of that organization at one point. And the recommendation has been that it would make more sense for that to be a county membership as opposed to any one lower tier municipality. So that is included there, and that's where you see the increase to operations, and really that is the only increase to operations. In terms of economic development services, the increase is not that significant, and it is included in terms of software supports and licenses, And then also in terms of economic development, strategic implementation. So you'll remember that over the course of the last year, we invested in partnership with our lower tier municipalities in the creation of community improvement plans. There is a suggestion here, of course, for the county to get engaged in assisting those lower tier municipalities with the implementation of those plans now that they have been created. So in effect, that would be a reimbursement that would not be where the county would be granting any businesses. We cannot do that under the Municipal Act. This would be a reimbursement to assist our lower tier municipalities, in many cases, their first year of implementing community improvement plans. Then we go to tourism services, and there are some increases suggested there. Again, these are limited to specific line items, and they are similar in nature to what happened. Actually, it's even a lower budget to what happened in 2020 by way of the Tourism Relief and Recovery Fund. So I've suggested a $10,000 increase to our advertising budget for tourism services. As well, we've actually decreased our reliance on dollars for the website because we were able to actually redo our website. It's about to be launched over the next couple of months, but we were able to do that with assistance of the TRRF fund. And then finally, there are some increases that have been put into the line, which comes up on your screen as special events. This is not just special events. This would be sponsorship of projects that are taking place in our communities with the element of tourism development in mind. And this is the bulk of what we've been able to accomplish over the course of the last year with assistance from the TRRF fund. So it's been extremely appreciated by our lower tier municipalities as well as our business community in terms of trying to pivot and put things out into the community in terms of product development. So this is really our opportunity to be a partner with them in that, as we have been over the course of the last year. There are no other increases to identify other than those that will be coming in terms of revenue from the acquisition of grants that we are already aware of to this point.
Okay. I just have a question, Kara, on just the salaries. So the continuation of, and I'll just use his name because I can't remember what his title is, but Paul's position. So that again, there will be no grants for that one. So we'll be taking that on through the levy, and then that's what, and then the additional of the one EDO.
Correct. So a grant does exist still to the end of February for that position. Okay. And I do want to make the committee aware that position, I did, of course, talk to Jessica to have that graded. There may be an opportunity, and I've been thinking about this. The position as it currently sits is more of an economic development and tourism assistant. So there may be a slight opportunity to reduce that if we can have that graded a little bit differently in terms of but we'll have to go back to the union to have that discussed. But there may be a little bit of opportunity there. The reality is as the positions are laid out right now, they're working really, really well. And I'm not sure that there's a need to really change that. And I get the impression that that's changed a little bit in terms of the grading. So there may be a slight opportunity to reduce that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? I think Joanne had her hand up. I think, yeah.
Yeah, back to that increase in the membership and subscriptions. I mean, that's a huge increase. Can you explain that one again, just so I understand? Like if one community has a membership, did that membership cover all of us, or was that just their membership? Like, why are we taking that one on?
Yeah,
And then my
so-
other question, go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. Do you want to ask the other
No, go
one?
ahead. I'll wait.
Okay. The SOMA membership, North Middlesex is no longer a member. The recommendation that came out of the Economic Development Strategic Plan was for Middlesex County to align with SOMA in membership. The quotation that we've received to this point, but we have not had a formal presentation to council yet, but that would be arranged, is $45,000 a year. That membership is based on population.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to look up what SOMA actually does, and so what the value is to us, because I'll have to do that on my own. My other question is on the positions, and you talked about tourism marketing coordinator and development officer, and that you have talked with the lower tiers on how that would coordinate in with their strategic plans and work with them. So how have you, like, I haven't heard anything from my people on this, so how is that being rolled out with the communities?
Well, it hasn't been rolled out yet, of course, because that's the decision of the budget committee in terms of moving forward. However, many of those communities were involved in the configuration of the new economic development strategic plan. And as not all municipalities have full-time economic development staff, it certainly would be an assistance for them to be able to engage with someone at the county level. I have certainly tried my best to engage and assist all of our lower tier municipalities with any requests that they have had, whether it be for business retention, expansion efforts, new investment. However, there certainly is more work that could be done. And so that's the creation of the economic development officer would be to engage in many of those projects that are identified in their economic development strategic plans.
Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Warden. Kara, just talking of SOMA, I would ask, or I'm hoping that we will get an assessment of what they have done, what they've done for us at the end. And I use SCORE as an example. We had some years where we didn't hear anything about SCORE. And I want to thank Allison in particular, for updating us on what SCORE is doing. So it certainly helps in not just the budgeting process, but as counselors, are we spending our money wisely? And so I'm hoping that if we do SOMA, that we get an assessment of that we're getting value for money. Because I think that's lacked, and I don't mean from you, but that's lacked with some of these groups, what we get for our money. And I'm really hoping that we get that.
Absolutely. And I would not feel comfortable with council approving membership in SOMA without a formal presentation. So that would be, should there be that interest, I think that would be our next step. And we would ask that they come and present to us the work that they have been doing and the work that they have planned for the next year.
I might just jump in on that one with SOMA, because I think I had the opportunity to be at an event last year when we could have events with Kara. And I did talk to some of her colleagues about SOMA. And I agree. I think the key is the presentation. Council needs to know exactly what they're getting in with. But I would caution, and I would say this at the presentation, it's the type of membership that you can't just go into it for 1 year. Like, if we commit to this, we've got to know that the commitment, there's going to have to be like in for it for a number of years to actually see benefit, that you can't be in and out. So I'm not saying like yes or no. I think the presentation is key, but we have to keep in mind if we're going to go forward, that there will need to be a commitment for a number of years ahead of us. Brian?
If I can, just to follow up that, I wasn't inferring anything on this.
Yep. No.
But I also know there is other costs to being a member of SOMA. And I would like to, we don't have any of those costs into the budget, and I know the events they go to, we can't go for free. I mean, there is a cost, and I know they help to reimburse some of that. I'm aware of that, but just so we understand what we're getting into, that's all.
Yeah, no, completely agree.
If I could.
Is that true? Is that true though, Kara? Like, I think we do have costs in the budget for that, Brian. Like, maybe Kara, you could explain that better.
Absolutely, through you, Warden. We do have some of those costs assumed in the budget already, and some of those will actually be flexible this year as well, because in many cases we'll be going to a virtual format. I can tell you with respect to the Ontario Food Cluster, for example, I am co-chairing that this year, and we have made the decision that we are actually not going to tie our foreign direct investment to any trade shows this year. We were going to do lead generation directly with companies, and that's how our consultation will take place. So I do not expect that there will be any additional costs that are not reflected in today's budget.
So they're reflected in the line item that's conventions and travel, or whatever that title is, Brian. That's where they are.
Okay.
They're not broken out where it says dash SOMA dash economic development dash EDCO, which maybe they should be, because that would probably be helpful to your question. But that's where they're buried, is in that larger one. Just so you know.
Bill, if I can, I think, Bill, that would answer, what we're putting into these associations. And that's great. No, I'm good with that.
That would be a good improvement for next time.
Okay, thanks.
We'll take that under advisement. Meaning we'll have it ready for next time.
Okay, any other further, Curtis?
Just to continue down the SOMA path, I guess. I think I do agree. I think we do need to have that presentation. And I think we talked about this during the last budget process. And going to North Middlesex, they used to have the membership, and I do agree. It only makes sense that it would be a county membership, because it's the entire county that will be benefiting from whatever we would be benefiting for. It only makes sense to do it countywide. The one concern, or the one thought I had, was with SOMA, how is it going to, how different will it be because of COVID? That's like, there's no trade shows, or like there's no in-person kind of interactions. Those are the questions, I guess, not really for Kara, but for SOMA, that when they come and do that presentation. That's my concern, is that, are we getting the most out of the membership, and has the membership dollars, are they still the same due to the fact that maybe they can't do as much because of COVID? That's my concern, I guess, right now. No real question, just a comment.
Yeah. Okay, anything else, comments for Kara on the presentation? Allison?
Yeah, I've got some. I guess just looking through the whole economic development package here, and I go onto that page 10 where it says special projects, and that's 25,000, and it's decreased. Is that referring to SCORE, Kara?
No, and it no longer exists in our budget, but no, that $25,000 was actually the economic development strategic plan that was completed in 2020.
Yeah, it did just confuse me, because I remember last year's budget, we talked about put a SCORE under administration. I just couldn't find it anywhere. So if that was what it was.
Yeah, SCORE was not in the 2020 economic development budget. I believe it was in the council administration budget. From my identification, maybe Kathy can identify what account it went to, but that is not that. That's the economic development strategic plan.
So I can jump in and respond, and yes, it is in the administration budget. We moved it last year, Allison.
Thanks, Cindy.
Thank you. Just looking at the work that you've accomplished this year, and what a challenging year in your particular role to be in, and because so much of it is getting out there and talking to people, and that we can't do that. But I just 4 points that you had, like the COVID support, the tourism development and economic development and the workforce development, knowing that we partner with SCORE, we're paying them money. Can you comment on any of the partnerships for branches?
Okay. I apologize, Allison, because I'm having a bit of trouble hearing you. I don't know if it's my internet.
No, it is Allison's. Allison, why don't you Allison, try turning your video off and then just talking.
How's that?
Much better.
How's that?
Yeah, that's better, I think.
Okay, I'll get underneath the water. I was just swimming at the time. That's why you couldn't hear me. Sounded kind of bubbly. Knowing that you know, you in your slideshow you had support, some tourism development, economic development, and workforce development. All key things. Can you hear me any better? Maybe I'll talk right in the microphone. Is that any better?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. I feel like I'm kissing my laptop, so it's good that
it's good that the video's off then.
Oh, I want some video of that.
So knowing that you had those 4 things, which I don't think I'll repeat because I think you heard them, how much did you involve in those?
I believe the question is, how much did we involve SCORE in those? Is that the question?
Yeah.
Okay, so
yes.
Okay, so SCORE's been involved in some different projects. I mean, obviously they've been involved more in the work that Cindy and Morgan were doing this year in the community transportation, which if you don't know yet, I'm joining Cindy in assisting with that going forward in 2021. So we'll have a lot more involvement in that particular project. In terms of tourism development, there was not a lot of work done with SCORE in that realm. Most of the work was taking place among the tourism agencies. So TIO, Destination Ontario, and then of course RTO1, which is SWATC. So most of the regional work was taking place that way. In terms of workforce, there was some work being done with SCORE, particularly on agricultural workforce. And so we did partner with them throughout the period of sort of the spring to the summer, with a particular emphasis on recruiting workers for agriculture. Right now, we're working with SCORE on a data migration piece that they're working on, which is basically bringing in demographic information on business availability throughout the area as well. So that there's a sharing going on in an MOU that has been signed among the members of SCORE for that.
Did you have any follow-up, Allison?
Thank you. Just that I think everybody got home from school and logged in, because I'm like starting to lose it here. So,
Joanne. Joanne.
I just have one more question. I'm going back to SOMA if I could. And I just want to kind of, I guess, address this at Brian, and I hope this is a fair question. If the county didn't take on SOMA, would North Middlesex continue with SOMA? Was it of value to you?
Short answer, no, it wasn't. But I won't blame, I'm not going to blame anyone for that, but it didn't work for North Middlesex. And I agree that it would only work at the county level if it's going to work for us. And that's why I just, I want to be very careful what I say, but no, we wouldn't have carried on.
But Brian,
So I guess the follow-up would be, why do you think that it would be better at the county? What do you think that the county as a whole would bring to, that SOMA could bring to the whole county?
Honestly, resources, people involved. I'm not talking about our current staff at this time. I'm talking about staffing that we had at that time. It did not work. So, possibly if we had some of the staffing we have now, it would certainly work a lot better. But with our staffing of the time, it just didn't work at all.
If you
It's a
don't
good point, right? Because there's a commitment model that you have to, and the smaller you are, the harder that is to achieve, to find the benefits. So I think that's the biggest thing Brian will notice a difference is that commitment model is so hard to do when you're a small administration. I mean, in terms of local municipalities, you're smaller than most in the county, right, Brian? So that makes it even harder.
And you have to be, Karen knows this, you have to really shake the bushes on this and work hard at it. And the people that we had at the time weren't, you know, it's a tough one to answer. The people weren't, it didn't work out for our staff at that time.
I think there's two misalignments there. One was administrative, and two is the availability of industrial development land at the time as well, which, you know, we've identified as being one of those challenges that is not the same all the way across the board in our municipalities and requires, you know, a bit more attention in some than others.
That's an important component for council to know, is that it's not a sit back and let them do their thing. This is a major commitment. And there was a time, I think, you know, you could say the same thing about SCORE. I remember, Kara, you could probably talk about a time whenever you were spending the majority of your time driving over to SCORE meetings and doing that kind of stuff. So whenever you take on these things, it's more than just a budgetary item that you see. It's also the resource. And that's really where you had your trouble. Hey guys, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Welcome to the budget meeting. Allison, is Charlotte going to get on too, or?
And if I could just add, just for clarification, Brian, you ended the membership with SOMA a year or two ago, correct? It's not like switching from North Middlesex to then going to the county. It's that relationship with North Middlesex stopped a couple years ago.
That's right. It stopped in 19, I believe. It wasn't incumbent on county doing it or not doing it. We just weren't doing it anymore. Correct.
And I think North Middlesex reviewed it, in my memory, at least 4 or 5 times. Like over the, not in 1 year, I mean, over the course of your time with it. You've been in, like I'm going back in time, Brian, but there was Chuck Hall time when you were in, there was West time when you were out. There was, you know, like you've moved all over the map on this. And it's been a tough, I think Kara said it best, there was multiple issues that led to your reviews every time.
Yes, it certainly was. I mean, it didn't work for us. That's all
Ina?
I just want to ask Kara's thoughts on Joanne's earlier question about like our structural capacity in terms of if we have potential, I don't know what the proper term is, not applicants, but prospects who are interested, but we can't tick the boxes because of, I don't know, Union Gas isn't there, or the hydro line, the heavy duty power line isn't there. How ready are we to, I mean, I know usually these things take a long time too, but I mean, you never know who's looking at what point. And if the right candidate's looking, I don't know, I'd hate the idea of having people knocking on our door and then saying, oh, sorry, we can't help you. But I mean, they must experience that anyways, because I don't know, you don't always get what you want, where you want it, when you want it. But I just think, I just want to make sure that we're kind of ready to be in the running with really good size prospects or certain industry prospects or certain kinds of, can you comment on that sort of context in which we'd be competing, or for what kinds of companies can we say we can go for them right now, today, and have a good shot of getting them?
Absolutely. I can tell you of 2 examples that I'm working on just this week. One is a very large scale agri business. The other is a fairly large scale automotive manufacturing business. Both align very well with our new economic development strategic plan in terms of priority. Both can be adequately served in our communities. However, these are not easy tasks, and as noted, they do not happen overnight. These relationships take months, sometimes years to build. They require a lot of resources and time on our part and on the part of the lower tier municipalities, and they're not cookie cutters. So we never quite know what we're going to get. And as you say, people don't always get exactly what they would want in terms of servicing. So it's something that requires a lot of back and forth, a lot of knowledge in terms of working with our utility companies, working with our planning department, working with Chris's department, everyone involved in order to find them. So please don't go away with the idea that, you know, we're turning away everything that's coming to our doors. We certainly have a tremendous amount of opportunity in our communities to be able to do this. Do we also have some challenges that we need to work on in terms of municipalities in how we service lots, how we identify lots, how we own lots, and how we deal with inquiries? Yes, we do. But that's what this is all about.
And if I may then, what attracted these companies to come and speak to you? How did they find you?
Oh, so how they find me? Sometimes they come just by nature of looking at geography. And sometimes they seek us out by way of our website, based on that geography. Lots of times they come by way of the province, and I will say that that is where the value often comes in being aligned with these regional agencies. For example, Ontario Food Cluster, because we actually have OMAFRA as a member of OFC, they will often solicit through us lead generation and tell us about particular opportunities to respond to. We also get those through the province for certified sites. So in cases where your community has had or does have a certified industrial site, they are on another particular focused list. And then lots of times, as I say, people just come based on geography or based on demographics. So oftentimes, of course, the allure is to, I hate to say it, but get out of the city of London and still have the amenities afforded by being close by. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, final call. Any other last comments? Oh, Brian, got it right under the wire.
Sorry, just a comment. I hope we have such that good a conversation at council about this type of thing. I think that's a great council conversation, not just for the committee. Just a comment.
Yeah, no, I agreed. Okay, thanks, Kara. And like I've said, if you guys have any other, see anything that you know, you want clarified on, make sure you get an email sent off so we can get those answered. Okay. Thanks, Kara.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Yeah. Well, good evening almost.
Evening, I guess now. Take care.
Okay. So here we are. I don't know who wants to lead discussion. I guess Cindy, maybe next steps, or Bill, and then maybe if there's some sort of wrap-up comments that any counselors have as to what we've heard today and going forward for tomorrow.
Cindy, go ahead.
Yep, so I guess in terms of if there's anything that you need from anybody that presented today, as we always say, if you need follow-up or you need one of the department heads to come back, that's what you'll kind of reflect on after today's meeting, and we can always chat about that tomorrow and at the end of tomorrow. We have a whole nother day tomorrow of department heads coming and doing presentations. We have transportation that will be there. You have administration, you have social services. So we still have a lot to talk about. And then of course we have to look at the big picture and then kind of go over, now you've seen all the department heads and what everybody's asking for. you'll kind of look at that and compare it to last year's levy, additional growth, and if you want to add on to the levy. So we still have a lot of, I guess, department heads to present, but then you have a lot of decision and discussion to come. So I'm imagining we're going to do that at the end of tomorrow, or we might have to move to another day. And we also have I want to be able to present the COVID conversation. So I've pulled together a spreadsheet that pulled in all of the COVID funding that we've received in 2020 and a bit that will be going into 2021. When I was doing my budget updates during the year, I would put all of those in. But when you actually see the spreadsheet, you'll actually see the breadth of funding that we really did receive, well over $7 million. So that's what finance has been busy with during the year to make sure that we're allocating it, that we're reporting, and really looking to make sure we can maximize those dollars. So we'll have a little bit of a conversation tomorrow about that as well.
Just to be clear, we start tomorrow at 9. I mean, tomorrow there's heavy hitters tomorrow. It's gonna be a full day.
Wow, thank you. That was nice. Administration, Cindy, getting the love.
So there's going to be a lot to discuss. And what days do we have kind of flagged for next week? Thursday and Friday?
Kathy,
right after OGRA, right? Thursday and Friday. Okay. All right. So we can think about that. Think about that tonight. And then as tomorrow goes on, I guess probably my gut reaction is maybe we do want to revisit on Thursday, because there's a lot of information, I think, to digest, but we can kind of think about that tomorrow. Are there any other comments or anything from councillors? I guess I want to thank you, Cindy, and I want to thank all the department heads. And I know that it's been challenging in taking on a new software program and having to implement everything. And so, I do appreciate all the background work and certainly everything that Greg has done to get us to this point. I guess I just would say the one thing that has just kind of kept coming up over and over again is just how some of the numbers aren't aligning. And I guess maybe that's why I also say maybe meeting next week where we can kind of see a clean copy. Not saying that we're completely off base with what's being presented, but I know people look at figures and numbers differently. And if we could work towards getting that clean copy, I think maybe that will help us going forward. And in no way am I, trying to disparage anybody, because I know that there's been so much work that's gone on, and it's difficult to put a document like this together. But as I say, and this is probably not good to say at a budget meeting, but I know I find it difficult a lot of the time to put the numbers together. And so if things aren't clear for me, it is difficult for me to process. So that's just me. So as I say, if we can work towards that, I think that will be good.
So yes, I can respond. Absolutely. So once we go through tomorrow, Greg and I can sit down and kind of see where there maybe is some discrepancies, and we'll pull that together, and we'll give you clean budget overall sheets. And that will match again to that budget summary. So absolutely, we will do that.
Okay, perfect. If there's nothing else, then I would ask for a motion to adjourn right at 4:30, right in time for Y&R. Ina and Brian, and all opposed? And that's carried. And I guess we will see everybody at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay. Thanks, everyone.